So, hi everyone, welcome to the 6th Sharjah Masters Open, and today is the round number 2. We have 16 Indians playing in this tournament. It's an amazing tournament, and the games have already begun. Let's just start with what's happening in Sheparino versus Gukesh today. Are you all ready? Oops, let me start a live chat and please let me know if everything is fine, the audio and etc etc. ठीक है, late OP, yes, थोड़ा सा sorry, 3 minutes sorry. Let's go. I think leeches pe, yes. Oh, games have started. That is cool. That is cool. Let me just bring the board in a moment because while I was checking it out, the games had not begun yet. Yes, there we are. And Gukesh is black. It seems they have played Sicilian. Chat में सबको hi, a big hi. Yes, yesterday I think most of you must have followed yesterday. आज देखते क्या होता है. Please do stay with us. 4 hours में game is going to be ending. E4 C5 Sicilian happening in Gukesh's game. Knight F3, Knight C6. Guys, normally Rosole में होता है which is Bishop E5. But over here, we are seeing close Sicilian, right? With d4, what are we seeing? Close Sicilian. Am I right? Okay, let's check out close Sicilian after c takes d4, knight takes d4 was played, and knight f6. Guys, if you are awake, you will find an error in what I just said. Let me know. Are you awake? Knight c3 and e5. What is the name of this opening? All of you in the chat, what is the name of this opening? I think many people may not know that today the round starts at 4:30. Yesterday was the first round. It started at 6:30. What is the name of this opening and what was the error which I made? Can anyone tell in the chat? Thoda sa, guys, if you can be a little fast in typing, then we can have a good speed. It's not night off. No. No, not Nimzo. Come on, guys, you don't know this. Are Himanshu, you found an error. Well done. It's not close Sicilian. After d4, what we are looking at is open Sicilian. And which is this Sicilian here, which Gukesh has played? It's okay. All of you are late, so I have to say the name of the opening. It's Pelican, also known as Sveshnikov. Knight db5. You are looking at this weak square here on d6, so he goes d6, knight d5. Everything is theory. The main line is also bishop g5 here. You're pinning the knight, you want to take the knight and then go knight d5. That is the idea. He went knight d5 directly. This is another line, popular. Knight takes d5, e takes d5, and knight goes back to b8. It's going to go to d7 and c5 in the future. Okay, all of it still theory. 1 hour 33 minutes at this point of time for both of them. Here, both the moves are possible. Oops, c4 and a4. Sheparino went for a4. Bishop e7 has been played by Gukesh. b4. Oh my god, that looks like a very new move here. I'm not sure if it has been played before. We must check this right now. Hippo opening, ghost attack. Okay, I think all the chat is trying to be very creative. I like that. But ye line, guys, have you seen this move before? b4, which was played. Gukesh castled very calmly. He still has 1 hour 33 minutes. Does that mean he's prepared for this? Looks like that. Looks like he is prepared for the ghost attack. And then Sheparino over here plays a5. He still has 1 hour 34 minutes on his clock. Gukesh has 1 hour 30 minutes, and we have to see how long he is going to take here. In the meantime, shall we also try and check in our ChessBase 17 what exactly this line is? So e4, c5, knight f3, um, knight c6, d4, cd4, knight d4, knight f6, knight c3, hippo. No, hippo, Kaushal, hippo is actually an opening and it is a different one, not this one. Knight c3, e5. You can see how many games here? Almost 70,000 games. Almost 70,000. And Carlsen has played this quite a lot. Okay. No, he played knight b5 here. D6, knight d5. See, the first bishop g5 is almost 48,000. If you look at the difference, knight d5 comes to 7,800. That's a huge difference between the choice of two lines. But let's look who has played knight d5 before. The top rated players. Of course, Magnus has played with Boris in 2020. Caruana has played against Magnus. So you can see Magnus playing this with black. Nepo, Naka, Vichy, MVL, Kramnik. So all the top players have played this. Yeah, knight d5. We don't know if Sheparinov has played this. Maybe we can just have a look at this so that we know whether Gukesh could be prepared or not. Let's look at Sheparinov. This is how you try to prepare against your opponents. Yeah, look at this. See, Sheparinov, there are 4 games he has played. He has played with Ivan, and that actually is just in 2022 September he has played. He has won. If we had to check, he played knight d5, knight d5, ed5, knight e7, a4. Okay, but not b4 later. Then he has played with Moisenko also. There he played c4 instead of a4 if you look at this small board over here. Then he has played with Iliscus Cordoba. In this one, he also went for c4 and he has played another game over there also c4. So in only one game after, but this was knight e7 where he played a4, which means Gukesh actually has prepared this, right guys? Gukesh actually has prepared this. So let's look at how the opening goes. Knight takes d5, e takes d5, knight b8, that has been played. Oh, by the way, look at this. Gukesh also has played this. Look at this. Gukesh played with Abdusattarov in last July. Can we say both of them are prepared against each other? So the question will be who will out prepare, which means who will be better prepared. Okay. So Gukesh in this case had gone knight b8, a4, bishop e7, bishop e2. We will see if at all something similar is going to happen on the board. But a4 was played, and can we just quickly go to the main game and check what happened there? Wait a second. Yeah, after a4, bishop e7 was played and then he played b4. This is what we need to check. The move b4 looks like a new move there. So a4, bishop e7, that's fine. And b4. Look at this. There is no move which is b4, which means that's the novelty Sheparinov has prepared. Okay. Jenny asks, can you tell me how many females are in this tournament? Yeah, we will have to check. Maybe the chat can help how many girls are playing in this event. As far as we know, there are definitely a few. One of them is Zhu Wenjun, who is the current women's world champion. Aravind versus Esipenko might be interesting. Yes, we'll be checking all the games, guys. All the games. Mamta says 9 women. Okay, we will verify the number as well. But but b4 is a novelty. There is no game. So will Gukesh be prepared? That's our thing to see here. Let's go back to the game. b4. Gukesh took how much time for this new move? Not much. Look at his time. 40 seconds, around 40 seconds, which means he has actually prepared this novelty. Isn't that amazing? And then goes a5. Sheparinov doesn't think at all. He goes a5, and Gukesh develops his bishop on f5. He actually thought for a few minutes, maybe 4 to 5 minutes. Well, firstly, let me just go back to this position. If you look at this position, what you realize is one imbalance where white has queenside pawn majority and black has kingside pawn majority. This is one of the things. Secondly, there is another imbalance which is very obvious. Can anyone tell me what are the key imbalances you are able to spot? One, I told about the pawn structure. What else? What else can you spot here? Mamta asks, which ChessBase are you using? Mamta, I am using ChessBase 17. It's really good. You can check it out. Oh, Chinmay Kelaskar, welcome to the backer of Indian chess. Array, long time Chinmay has been a member, one of the old members. Thank you, Chinmay. Peace, development, that's what you guys are saying. Okay, development. Because I think if you look here, all black pieces are on the first rank, right? That's very obvious. But only one thing for white, this knight here is like इतना आगे गया है. If there is a war, then he is like वो अकेला ही आगे जाके बैठा है. But anyway, yes, development definitely in white's favor as of now. But extremely important, guys, extremely important. VPAD says dark square bishop for black is blocked. Right, that is also right. As of now, it is blocked. He will try to kind of, when you know that you have bishops, you would want to open the center, you would want some long diagonals for them. Okay, but what about the space? Just look at this pawn which is on d5. Can you feel the space in the center for white? And can you feel less space for black in the center? It's all because of this pawn, and there is no pawn in the center. So that is one of the key things. Yeah, there is this space difference as well. And as we know in the plans, black will generally try to push f5, and he'll try to attack on the king side as well. So it's going to be interesting. Gukesh, he's recently also done this attack with a super GM. So we have to see what will he choose, what style will he choose. Castle, a5, and he goes bishop f5. Okay, he goes bishop f5. So what is his idea here? He did not think much in that sense. He has developed his piece. In fact, he has also castled. Suddenly it just doesn't look, I mean, if you look at this position after knight b8, all of you were saying about development, and now when you are looking at this position, you can see it's the same number of pieces for white which are developed, right? Whereas for black, he actually castled, he got his rook out here, he got his bishop, he's soon going to get his knight out, and it feels like black is just so rapid in development, correct? Devansh, you can check out a calendar which is there on ChessBase India website. Also, there is a tab there, calendar. You can also check on AICF, and there will be list of tournaments. But even if you write a message, you can write it once a year. No need for repetitive messages, but you can check it out there. Okay, so bishop f5, yeah, he is going to put pressure on this pawn here on the open file as well. He's developing his bishop. Let's see, bishop e2, Sheparinov goes for, Gukesh develops his knight again with knight d7. The question is, should he first play a6 and kick this knight away? That would be a question, where normally the knight goes back to a3, normally that is, and then he can go knight e7. So this is an option. He goes knight d7 and white castles over here. The bar doesn't like the move because what he suggests is doesn't matter. Don't go for development. Go for c4. The idea is now when you play a6, you can take back your knight to c3. Without the pawn on c2, knight seems very fine on c3. Maybe that is the reason that over here Gukesh could have thought of this move a6 first, so that knight c3 doesn't look so good here as we can sense it, and knight a3 would have been forced. Then he could develop his knight to d7, where the same thing with c4 would definitely be not as powerful because there is no knight c3 and rook c8 comes in the game. So I think this was one of the possibility, but after knight d7 white castled. So Gukesh played a6 now. Exactly, that's a good thing. No knight c3 again. Sheparino goes knight a3 and bishop g6 was played, because he would want to play f5 in the future and c4. We are at this position. Guys, for whom do you like this position? White or black? What are the pairings? Yes, pairings we're going to see. Oh, by the way, today we have Pragg versus Raunak. So both the Indians are playing against each other. Big talents there, of course. That is going to be interesting to watch. White for now. Oh, Rohan says white. Renu says white. Saran says white. Chinmay likes black. Anime likes white. But that is surprising that like most of you are liking white's position. What is the reason? What is the reason? I am wondering. But this position is very interesting. I mean, you can like for both. It's playable for both. What I really like is after f5 here, the ways in which black can attack. As someone had mentioned that this dark square bishop is also bad because of the pawns which are placed. So this bishop must try a few things. Can you tell me what is it that this bishop should try in the future? Can anybody tell me? For this bishop, इसका future कैसे बनाओगे? What should be the career planning for this bishop? He goes king h8, by the way. What should be the career plan for this bishop? f5 and bishop f6. Okay, that's... Aryan says exchange. Okay, cool. Bishop g5. Yes, exchange and queen now. Absolutely, guys. So one possibility which we will keep in mind is this bishop can challenge this good bishop over here, and this exchange you can be happy. So one idea, this is always there for the dark square bishop. Other one, of course, as people had suggested, go f5, keep the bishop on f6, and then you can intend to play e4 at the right time. That, or it just stays there, as a better place instead of e7. So it will depend on how white reacts to the next few moves of black. Like right now, Gukesh goes king h8. He has waited over here. He did have an option of just simply bringing his rook to c8, and then keeping it there. You are having a constant pressure here. Yes, definitely there are two pieces supporting it, but you just sense it. Yeah, there is always, white has to be careful there. Also, you have to watch out for c5. Right now you are very well defended for c5, but you have to keep an eye for that. So king h8, and this is going to be one of the most interesting game which we are going to see, and especially it is Gukesh's style, a creative style. So let's stay here after a while. Let's come here again after a while. Can we catch up on other games as well? Okay, let's go to Arjun's game. Arjun is black. A few moves have happened. Let's look at the opening. f4 after f5. Okay, we'll go there again, guys, in Gukesh's game after we have seen the other games. So d4, nf6, c4, e6. Are we going to see a Nimzo? Ragozin. Okay, knight f3, he goes d5, knight c3, knight d7. No, black is not going bishop b4. C takes d5, e takes d5, bishop g5. We have got now converted into q, g, d. What's the full form, guys? Of course, what a stupid question. But still, what's the full form, guys? Bishop b4. Now he goes bishop b4. Wait, is it, what is it called? This variation has a name. Does anyone know the name of this variation? Bishop b4, e3 has been played. Leaches says it is called as barman variation. Oh, barman variation. That's a cool variation. Queen's Gambit declined. Of course, all smart people there. Yes. So Bishop g5 and all the newcomers, this is called as Queen's Gambit declined. So e3 and c5. Oh, black is playing very active. Arjun is absolutely not intending कि भाई पहले कैसल करता हूँ, डेवलपमेंट करता हूँ, शांति में c5 खेलता हूँ. He is just gone for c5. Wow. Wow. We will check this opening also. I mean, of course, it is played. So let's check this one as well. Bishop d3 was played. Queen a5. Now, of course, you are threatening your winning a pawn, but also keep an eye for any tactics here. Queen c2, c4. This is attacked. Where is it going to go? Bishop f5 or bishop e2? Bishop f5. Bishop on e2 doesn't look good. So bishop f5. He goes castle, castle, rook e8, and knight d2 is played by white. This is the current position. Arjun has come out fine out of the opening here. You can see he will have a choice of taking the knight at the right time, where he can enter on the e4 square. That would be one of the ideas. What else? Arjun has to decide and think whether he wants to push the g5 bishop or the f5 bishop. That will be other thing. Oh, he goes queen a6. It's a completely different plan. Very interesting. Guys, what is the idea of queen a6 according to all of you? What is the idea? Wow, that is amazing. Can we just anyway ask, can we see the pairings first and then decide which game should we analyze first? Anyway, by the way, there in the description there is a link of chess results. You can check out all the pairings there, and eventually we are going to check all the games, so don't worry about that, but definitely you can suggest which games you want to see. Okay, going to our reference database as well, because we really need to check this one. Very interesting opening. Have you seen this before? It's like, इसको कभी देखा है? Sounds funny, right? Okay, let's go to reference. Now let's check this opening. D4, knight f6, knight f3, e6, c4, d5, knight c3. What did he play? Did he play bishop e7? Knight c3, knight bd7, cd, ed, bishop g5. Yeah, he first played knight bd7. You can see bishop e7 is played 53,000 games, c6 31,000 games. He goes knight d7, and that is that's not played. I mean, in comparison, it's played lesser. Knight d7, 16,000 games, but still the fourth played move here. Bishop g5, bishop b4, cd5, ed5, e3. He played c5 here. Yeah, this was the position, and you can see c5 has been played in 1400 games, and Ding Lijian has played that. By the way, March 22, 1 year ago, Ding had played with Bai. Alright there. Who else? Mamedov, Kramnik, Ivanchuk, Morozevich. It has been played, but if you try to look at the top players who are playing in recent times with black, you can see it's only Ding who has played it. Everybody else has played a little ago. I mean, in chess, years. Playing 5 years, 6 years ago is still a long time. We are seeing all the games, which have been other openings which have been playing much more often there. So very interesting what Arjun has chosen. C5. Maybe you could all try in your practice games. I like it. C5. Can we just have a look at what happened in the games here? Bishop d3, queen a5, queen c2, and Arjun played c4. Has Arjun played this anytime? Oops. Has Arjun played this before? No, 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 no. No, Arjun has not played this, okay? So maybe this guy is not prepared. His opponent is not prepared. Bishop f5, castle. No, he didn't castle, right? Did he castle? Bishop f5, yeah, castle, castle, rook e8 हुआ ना? हुआ तो सही गेम में. Castle, castle, rook e8, and knight d2 was played. This was the, and you can see g6 was the main move. Has Arjun played after knight d2? He made queen a6. Oh, look at this thing. Queen a6 has been played in 2 games. And both the games have been played by blacks. Sanan Sujirov. Oh, he is playing. If you remember, yesterday Leon drew against Sanan Sujirov. He's a 2700 player. Okay, what's happening in the chat? Let me see what they thought about queen a6. Nishan says Arjun also has to decide the future of light square bishop as well. True. Knight f6 if required. Recapture with queens. Okay. So Chinmay asks, was b5, queen b6, a5 a way to play to expand queen side? Chinmay, let's check that out as well. Arvind says knight f8 and protect the f6 knight with the queen and offer knight light square bishop exchange. Yeah, that does sound like the idea. Mayur says going to work in Toronto, go train. It's 7:25 a.m. here and enjoying the stream. Oh, wow. Early morning. Good morning, by the way. So cool. Goku is rooting for Nihal. Is he planning b5 at some point? His idea might be to go bishop b7. So there are, like, basically right now we are seeing the options of bishop offering the exchange. Let's go to the game, by the way, here. Or to develop it to b7. These are the suggestions. Now, one question which was asked by Chinmay over here was b5. Was b5, queen b6, a5? This plan a good idea? b5. Also, if I go to ChessBase again to see if b5 was played, Chinmay, and here exactly, if b5 was played, new edition, it was played in one of the game, Anatoly Baikovsky versus Levin. Okay, but can we just try to look on this board for b5 what white can play? White is a nice move here. Can you try to think a move for white after b5? In fact, there are 2 possible moves which you have to check out. Maybe even for queen a6 it could work, it could happen, but let's try to see what you are thinking. Exactly. a4 looks very strong. You're challenging this already. You don't want to take here rook a4 and a bit in trouble over here. This is weak. White's pieces are getting activated. So a4 is definitely a nice move. He went queen a6. But all of you, one question to you. Can white play e4 over here? Can white play e4 over here? Look, he has one guy, second, third, fourth. 4 guys are protecting that square. Whereas for black, it's 1, 2, and 3, guys. So can white go e4? इस बार पे मत जाओ, दिमाग पे जाओ. बार पे मत जाओ, दिमाग पे जाओ. बार and दिमाग actually are rhyming. Arvind says bishop c3 and it will simplify. Okay, bishop c3. If you play queen c3, the problem is you lose control of e4, so you cannot. So you will have to take with the b pawn, and then after knight e4, knight e4, d4, bishop e4. Now exchanges have happened. Your threat is bishop h7 here. So h6. You attack the bishop. Where will the bishop go? Bishop f4, bishop h4, and then maybe knight f6. So this position, if you look at this position, yes, it has gone towards simplification. It has also gone towards an imbalance of double bishop versus bishop and knight. But black also has a powerful pawn on c4, making c3 a fixed weakness, the base of the pawn chain. White has a passer here. Black is going to try and create a passer here. This is playable for sure, but it's more towards equality for black. And obviously, as white, Mustafa may not like to do that. So that could be the reason he will not play e4. Oh, he didn't play e4. He did play rook a1. He first brought his pieces in the game, and maybe now he is threatening e4. What Arjun played was h6 and he has attacked the bishop. This bishop has to decide science या commerce. उसने ले लिया है science. Bishop h4. He goes bishop h4 and Arjun has to think. Guys, we will now go to... Oh, my voice is coming low. Guys, do not spam. If you want to see a game, we are going to go and see that game again. But wait, do not spam. एक बार message लिखो. I will check it out. Okay. So finally, here we will leave this game. Arjun has an option b5. Now that rook has moved from a1, b5 would be an option. Knight f8, as many of you had suggested, because f6 is protected with the queen, is an option, which means that we are not worried of e4. E4 is not like a dangerous threat. It is, yes, it could be possible, but it doesn't mean that it's gonna be over. Okay, but let's not forget one more thing, that after e4 and bishop c3, if white is able to take with the piece, with the queen, then after this has exchanged, you have to take care of c4. Exactly, and that's the reason now b5 makes complete sense. Arjun goes b5 and he may threaten bishop b7, which adds to the control of e4. So maybe this is the moment where Mustafa will go for e4. Okay, let's have a look quickly. Now we have to see Pragg's game also, but because we had seen Gukesh's game and it was Sicilian, let's just check after king h8 if any moves happened. Oh yes, just a move right now happening. Sheparinov goes knight c2. He wants to bring his knight to a better place. He wants to go knight e3. Okay, that's what he started. We will see how Gukesh is going to continue here. He has a number of ideas, but let's see. Shall we go to Pragg's game? Many of you have been wanted to see the game since a while. Shall we look at it? So e4, Pragg started with e4. Awesome. Guys, how many of you like how many of you play e4 and how many of you play d4? e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop e5, Rylop is on the board, a6, bishop a4, knight f6 castle, all main line, bishop e7, and here Pragg takes on c6, also a line, one of the main lines, d takes c6, d3. Not as popular as the other lines, but recently very popular. Knight d7, bishop e3, castle, knight d2. You can see that this file after d takes c6 is a semi-open file there. You can see d4 is a square to look out for, because what happens is on such a square, when the black knight will come, it's irritating. So what do you feel? You feel like you want to kick it away, which means you want to go a move like c3. But when you play c3, what happens? What a new weakness is created. Which is the new weakness after c3 that is created? Can anyone tell in the chat? Blindfold, it's all blindfold, but not very difficult. e4, I play both. e4, e4, d4, 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 b3, d5, d3. Ah, yes, exactly. Madhu, Tag Me, Renu, Star, Harshit, Chinmay, Deboshik, Renu. अरे क्या बात है यार, everybody. Good, you're following absolutely perfectly. d3 will become weak after c3 because you have pushed the pawn. Whenever you push a pawn, two squares, you lose control. New two squares, you are gaining control. You have to, it's always a choice. Okay, so so that is what, just a general idea I just had to mention. On a semi-open file, when opponent's pawn is there in the file, this is how you can try to weaken it. c5 is played by Ronak. Knight goes to c4. There is a threat. You are attacking the e5. f6 was played by black, and immediately after f6, what you can observe, this bishop on e7. Look at this bishop. Looks really ugly. So this is a bad bishop, this is a good bishop, and the center is closed and white has knights. So even if black is having double bishop, as of now the center is closed, the position has a closed flavor. So for black, what he would intend in the future is maybe either try to exchange one of the bishop or try to open the position. Knight h4 is played by Pragg here. Clearly he must intend a plan of f4. This knight has a beautiful square, knight f5, and Ronak goes knight b8. Here he goes back, knight b8. Just when you look at the position, what are the imbalances which comes to your mind? The major ones. Guys, can you tell me in the chat? Nishan says, but in the right time I can play c3 and d4. Yes, absolutely. If you want to play. The question is, do you want to play in the center or you don't? g4 is a great idea, says Alak. g4. Whoa. That's very brave of you. Bishop pair. Yes, bishop pair is one which I have mentioned. More space for white. Not really yet. Pawn structure, yes, absolutely. One of the difference you can see, black has double pawns, which means he has a semi-open file there. Whereas if you see, because white is having all the pawns on all the files, he still doesn't have any open file. What else, guys? What else? Did anybody mention this? Yes, Renu, absolutely. Development. Look at how many pieces for white have been developed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only one piece is left because development is complete when your rooks are connected. So for white, he moves his queen and his development is complete. What about black? 1, 2, 3. 3 pieces have to still move. But the nature of the position as of now is closed. What does it mean? Unlike the open position where development advantage matters quite a lot, here it is okay to take it a bit slow. Definitely, it does give a slight, very slight initiative, but not just because of development, but because what White is intending right now. He's activating his pieces right now. That is the reason. But in comparison to an open position, this much development advantage is not as powerful, but it's still good always to have that advantage. Pragg goes knight f5 here, and Ronak when he went knight b8, and as we had discussed one of the idea, it's clear where he's taking this knight to. Guys, where he's taking his knight to? अरे यार थोड़ी लेट हो गई. Of course, knight d4. He is going to take it to d4 at the right time. One more thing, okay? One more thing. Knight has gone to f5, which means Pragg was okay for this exchange. If bishop takes f5, e takes f5, Pragg says, I am happy because I have a good bishop. My bishop is better than yours. My knight as of now is better than yours. Okay, you might develop your knight, but in general, in this position, he can have many ideas like king h1, g4, and try to go for a king side attack. That can be a very possible idea. Plus, this knight will maneuver nicely. It could go somewhere on e4. There is a weak point here, e6. Let's not forget it. So these could be the ideas for White. Maybe f4 as well. Who knows? So Ronak did not take on f5. He went knight c6. But this is always in his hand to consider. Okay, let's go to now which game? Guys, what is your suggestion? Which game should we see now? Vidit, can we? Oh, I didn't know. Vidit versus Ju Wenjun. And they have made 15 moves. Wow. Can we just look at the game very quickly? The opening. E4, E5, knight f3, knight c6. They had a Geico piano. Of course, I think they spell it like Jico something. Yeah, Sagar says it differently. But c3, a6, a4, h6, rook e1, castle, h3, bishop a7. Still very similar to, not anymore, Raya Lopez. Bishop takes e6 and f takes e6. After f takes e6, as we know, like in the last game where we were discussing, Black gets doubled pawn, but in return, he also gets more control on center and the squares, where we just saw that how this knight would be so happy to be placed on such a square. Another important thing is this is opened, and you can see that f2 is a point of pressure. F2 is a point of pressure. Also, in French, many times when on the f file there are sacrifices of rook f3, gf3. Right now there is this knight, but you have to keep in mind such ideas. So b4, Vidit goes for b4, knight h5. This knight is jumping on this beautiful outpost there. Vidit goes knight f1. He has 1 hour 25 minutes. It means this is all still opening. They are prepared. Queen f6, and he makes a very calm move. Rook a2. Doesn't it seem like a Black Lotus move, guys? Rook a2. By the way, yeah, MVL has played this with Kramnik, with White. Knight f4 has been played. What is the threat, guys? After knight f4, what is the threat? What is Black threatening? Are you all alert? Gukesh, yes, we will also go to Gukesh's game. What is the idea, guys? Yes. Tag me, Deven, Chan, Chinmay, The idea is knight h3, and that's the tactical blow there happening. You deflect this pawn, and then you win, you recover a piece and you win a pawn by doing this whole thing. So knight f4 was played. With it goes king h2, protects the h3. It might seem a little tempting, but doesn't matter. This king is on h3 just for a moment. थोड़ी देर वो इट्स लाइक जंगल में थोड़ी देर के लिए बाहर निकला है, पर टाइगर थोड़ा दूर है. Okay, so he goes rook king h2, rook f7. Ju Wenjun goes rook f7. Clearly, she will intend to bring another rook on f8. And it's clear कि black को attack करना है. Black wants to attack on the king side. So for white, firstly, he needs to do two things. One is he should make sure that he is able to defend the king side. Like a last move, look at this. He could go king h2. Why? Because he played rook a2. What did this move do? It defended the f2 pawn. Otherwise, king h2 पे नहीं जा सकता था. It was not possible. So these little things. This move is on queen side. Vidit wants to play on queen side. This is his side. Queen side and center is where he wants to play. And black is clear. He wants to play on king side. So for Vidit, he needs to defend the king side because the attack is coming on the king. At the same time, he needs to create some weaknesses on the queen side. Maybe b5 at the right time, gaining space on the queen side, creating some weaknesses here, opening up the rook. At the right time, maybe he could think of giving this bishop. So all of these things will be there, and this decision making we will be looking at how it goes. But he will need to be careful. Why? Because Ju Wenjun is going for a deadly attack. Okay, let's look if the deadly attack is happening in Gukesh's game yet. After king h8, knight c2 was played. By the way, for knight c2, Sheparinov took how much time? He had 1 hour 32 minutes and he thought for 16 minutes. Then he went knight c2. Now Gukesh, who had 1 hour 24 minutes, he also came at the same time, but he thought for 9 minutes and when bishop g5, he's going for exchange. The bar says that this is pleasant for white. The exchange is pleasant for white. Bishop takes g5, queen takes g5, and what if a move like knight e3, a very natural move, is played by white. The problem with knight e3, can anyone tell the problem with knight e3? Why this move is not good? Exactly. This knight achieves nothing. वो आगे भी गया जिंदगी में. He's in the center also. In spite of that, he achieves nothing. Because he's not enjoying here. f5, he's going to be kicked away. No point. Useless. He cannot come here, he cannot come here. There is nowhere he can go. So, what he thought कि मैं आगे जा रहा हूँ जिंदगी में, actually वो नहीं जा रहा था. उसको double पीछे जाना पड़ा. So not knight e3, the most natural move is not good, but what white can do a nice little move there is queen c1 and challenge the exchange of the queen. Tell the queen कि you have to decide whether you want to exchange or you don't want to exchange. But even if you don't want to exchange, it's fine. This knight here is on a journey, and it was not the obvious journey, but it was an unconventional journey. This knight wanted to go to e1 and then come to f3. That is how he could have defended here, and at the same time these pawns would roll on the queen side. So bishop g5 के बाद we will see what Sheparinov is going to do, but Sheparinov also comes under time pressure. It's number of times we have seen him under time pressure. So let's see what will happen. By the way, apart from bishop g5, did Gukesh have any other options? Yeah, he could play rook c8, but I mean, the moves like rook e8, which the computer suggests, do not seem so human, right? They're not at all that practical. But yes, those were the ideas, those were the other ideas as well. Okay, let's go to the next games. So we saw Vidit, we saw Pragg. Oh, Pragg's game, two more moves have happened. Knight f5, knight c6, and he went queen g4. Fatafat, what is White's idea? At least 20 people, very fast. Can you tell me what is White's idea? And after this game, yes, we will go to Nihal's game. 20 people. Did I say 20? Yes, I did. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, our chat chess moves is working today. One second. Let me just have a look at it. Ooh, yeah, I just forgot. We could have seen so many moves here. But क्या बात है? Never late. It's never too late. कहाँ से पढ़ूँ? Okay. Yes, there we are. Mamta, Chinmay, Renu, Sambuk, JJ, Anish, Aryan, Chess, Rajiv, and Sanat. Well done, guys. Queen G7 is a mating net here, so that is the threat. And Black right now has to decide how to defend this. Either he must take on f5 or he needs to weaken the king side and go for g6. These are the two main options which Black can go. I think, what would you guys do, yeah, if you are defending as Black? Would you take here or would you say no, yaar, I still want this bishop for a while. I think कुछ तो करेगा जिंदगी में. I'll play g6. Maybe I'll sacrifice, thoda weakness I'll take on myself. Like, if g6 is a decision to put more money into learning something and believing in this, could be. Do you want to delay that? So g6 or bishop f5? Oops, sorry, मैंने बोर्ड बड़ा ही नहीं किया था. But anyway, g6 or bishop f5, guys. Okay, that was not a very easy answer there, because it could be confusing, but very slightly more people are favoring g6 than bishop f5. Okay, that's cool. For g6, of course, the knight is attacked, but it's a pseudo attack. You cannot really capture it. But the threat is that you want to go king h8 and then it's in a pin and then you will lose a piece. So White will need to defend and he will need to move the queen away from such a pin. So queen g3 would be necessary. And now if we go king h8 or something, there are suddenly a lot of things are happening. This bishop can jump to h6. In fact, knight e7 is possible now, because you cannot capture with the knight, you will lose the pawn, you will have to capture with the queen. And yes, that was not a good bishop, though it was a bishop, it was not a very good bishop. But the reason White can consider it only because he's just jumping in on the attack with f4, which looks really strong here, because the structure has been weakened. ये knight ने कुछ किया, like he provoked g6 and then he took the bishop. So that could be the thing. So queen g4, what I think, Ronak is not going to weaken it. Ronak will take on f5 right now and Pragg will choose to take the bishop with the queen or the pawn. Once again, a question to you, what is it that you will like? Queen takes f5 or e takes f5? Socho. These are the positions where generally in the game it's not very obvious which is better. It's also about personal choice, because such moves decide how to maneuver the pieces, what exactly, how you're going to plan, whether it's going to be more aggressive, whether it's going to be more strategic. So it's all going to depend on the liking. But what happens sometimes is we get confused on the board, we think a lot, and we use a lot of time because we try to calculate more. Sometimes we are not understanding where our intuition might say, oh तेरे को aggressive chess पसंद है ना, अरे खेल ये मूव, खेल ये F5 इधर attack दिख रहा है, that kind of a thing, you know. So that is how we can get confused. So maybe what you can try to do is get more clarity and make fast decisions in all spheres also of your life. Okay, so queen f5, ef5, queen f5. I think ef5 is more. People are choosing ef5 more because they feel that this pawn is nicely placed here and they can continue the attack as we had seen with the previous ideas. But g4 may not be possible with the queen here. The other option with queen f5, there would be other, I mean, yeah, you have f4 to consider later. You might also think of h4, h5, h6, which looks a little slow. So with queen f5 in general, the planning doesn't come very quick. Yes, you might say that e3 square has to be vacated so that the knight goes to f5 or the knight goes to d5, and you already love your bishop on e3. So that is why you might think of queen f5. But with ef5, because this new imbalance is created and all those who like are more aggressive, they will first choose ef5. You know, it will be like an instinct for them. Okay, so let's go. We will see what Pragg will choose for bishop f5. I think he will choose queen f5, but let's see. Can we go to Nihal's game now? Yes, yes. Arey, people in the chat also. Nihal versus whom today? With whom is Nihal playing? और निहाल मिल क्यों नहीं रहा है? कहाँ खो गया? Okay, I got it. Mishdeshvili. Michael Mishdeshvili. I think it can be a tongue twister as well. So here we are looking at Nihal's game. Nihal is black. And another e4. Less of d4s we are seeing. Nice. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. Bishop b5. Rai Lopez over there. a6. Bishop a4. Knight f6. Castle, bishop e7, d3, d6, c3, castle, rook e1, the main line which we are seeing right now. This is the main line, yeah, rook e1, b5, bishop b3. Okay, rook e8 has been played here, but is it knight a5? Yeah, knight a5 is the main move. Rook e8, knight g5. And guys, here, will they draw? Oh my god. Can they repeat and draw? It's already a draw for... And Nihal is black. So draw over here should be a good result for him, right? But both of them have come down to 1 hour 7 minutes and 1 hour 3 minutes. Though what were they thinking for 25 minutes? At which point did they consume the maximum time? If we just go back here, castle, rook e1, okay? Mishdeshvili played rook e1 and Nihal thought for 10 minutes here and then he goes b5. Bishop b3 was played with another 10 minutes of thought and he goes bishop b3. Now Nihal has 1 hour 19 minutes. He thinks 8 minutes and he goes rook e8. And then knight g5 has been played. So guys, what is Michael Mishdeshvili's rating? Rachit says Nihal won't repeat. He must have realized rook e8 wasn't the main move. Okay, what do you think? Will Nihal repeat? Because with black, a draw is the fine result. Bishop e6 suggests Rajiv here, but bishop e6 is slightly early. allowing takes. Maybe you should wait for a bit to go for that. Yeah, what we will do is we will check this opening in some time and we will try to understand what Nihal was thinking about. After knight a5, after knight f3, if he doesn't want a draw, he will not go rook e8 and here he might go knight a5. Or if he doesn't want to go into some obvious kind of plans, he might consider to go bishop b7. So let's see what he will do. Okay, what about, can we just have a quick look at all the games which we have looked until now so that any updates, any important updates are happening kya over there. Gukesh played bishop g5 and Shaparinov did not take. He went rook a3. Whoa, it's completely non-conventional move. We did not think of it at all. We in fact thought he will take on g5. So Gukesh says, alright, I'm not going to be taking your bishop here. I am going to play rook c8. Rook was always good on c8. That's a semi-open file. It keeps pressure on c4. So it's always going to be a useful move there. So he goes rook c8. And yeah, it's a decent, still decently going on. Let's check Arjun, Mustafa versus Arjun, because we left it at rook a e1 where Arjun was thinking and Arjun went for h6. No, we left it at b5. Very sorry, we left it at b5 because he supports the c4 point. As we know, e4 is going to be happening. But Mustafa doesn't play e4. Guys, how many of you remember the song Mustafa? Yes, exactly. He doesn't play e4 and we were looking at this thing that e4 is important for him to play. E4 was important. What he plays was f3. But isn't f3 a natural idea? Because now with e4 you are going to capture towards the center and going to have beautiful center. So why is f3 not a good idea? Guys, can you tell me what was a good move for black here? What was a good strategic move for black here? Yeah, Chess 910 remembers the song Mustafa, Mustafa, don't worry, Mustafa. Hum hai tumhare. Something, I don't remember. But here maybe we have to see. Maybe Mustafa will have to worry. Maybe. Let's see if Mustafa has to worry or not. Knight b4, g7. Knight b4 भी नहीं आ रहा, knight b6. Guys, notation को समझो जरा. Knight b6 पे क्या करेगा? Knight b6 पे ज़्यादा कुछ कर नहीं पाएगा. You're also blocking your way. Bishop f6, gf6, all scattered there. गया. Okay. So, इसके लिए a very subtle, very nice. अरे ममता, क्या बात है? While I was going to lose my patience and utter the move, you have mentioned it, bishop a5. Such a nice move. Bishop a5, the idea is, what will happen is, look at this diagonal. This is where black has a possibility. Another idea is b4. b4 incoming. So these are the ideas with bishop a5, such a strong idea. Whether immediate b4 or immediate bishop b6, that's not the point. Just try to look at the ideas. Sometimes they are beautiful on their own. So what happened in the game was f3. Arjun played knight f8. He did not go bishop a5. This is also, of course, a good move there. And if you play e4 over here, the problem is now with knight f8, you had challenged the bishop. So bishop takes f5, e takes f5, and this pawn over here is no, not good. नहीं है, अच्छा नहीं है. So definitely not this. And of course in the future he's going to remove the bishop. b4 is incoming. So all sorts of problems happening there. You cannot play e4. By playing knight f8, he stopped e4. What did his opponent play? rook and bishop takes c8. He took on c8, rook c8. Again, a question for all of you guys. Is e4 a good move or not? If I make the move, तो बार बता देगा. आगे पीछे नहीं गया तो he'll say, it's possible, it's fine. So I'm not gonna make the move. The question to you, is e4 a good move or not? New Max, welcome. Miyamoto, welcome. Yes. No. Very good move. Quite balanced. Good move. Guys, इंजन को नहीं देखना है. मन की सुनो, इंजन को मत देखो. No, 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 no. Okay, lot of confusion happening in the chat. And Anokhe Lal says unable to judge. Anokhe Lal, that is very honest of you. So let's try to judge. I'm now going to make the move e4. And it's all very clear. You guys do not need any variation, any analysis. You can just look at this bar. Bar bola. Nahi. Mustafa, you will have to worry. So e4 doesn't work. And the idea is again the same as we have already discussed. Bishop Shanti se goes back to a5 here with the ideas as we had discussed. b4, bishop e6, and if e5, a good move again for black, very important. Maybe let's have chat chess moves. Guys, what should black play here? What should black play here? Find a good move. Find a good move. I mean, इतना सारा variety आ रहा है chat में of answers. Interesting. Queen to e3 कैसे जाएगा? Queen e6. But you're not even pinning here. This is anyway protected. So you lose a piece. Guys, your piece is attacked. Piece is attacked. Who is going to tell me the right move? Yeah, finally. I've got one person suggesting the move. Yes, that is b4. You're counter-attacking. Isko attack, isko attack. You take here the forcing variation. Just look at it. He takes your piece. You take his piece. You have attacked this piece. He has attacked this pawn. That's why if he takes this pawn, wanting to attack this again, no, you don't. You can take here, but you don't need to. Yeah, there is a good move, intermezzo, knight g6, because you attack this bishop also, and now you are attacking this knight also. So you win a piece. So takes is not possible. And if he takes over here, anyway you go knight g6. Anyway this is attacked. And now if the bishop moves, abhi इतने moves के बाद, कितने moves के बाद, 12th move के बाद, बस 4 ही move के बाद, this queen has now captured on f6. उसने उसका कमाल दिखा दिया है. The move queen a6 does wonders here. It did not have to capture gf6. If it had to capture gf6, no, then it did not make sense. यहाँ पे gf6, look at the bar. नहीं है यार इतना advantage. मिल गया है pawn, but नहीं है advantage. But queen f6, हाँ क्या ही advantage. See the difference here? Amazing difference. So that is why this move, queen इतनी दूर से was doing such a great job. Okay. Another idea, of course, even if you don't capture, there is a nice move still, knight f4 with such strong ideas. ये मारा तो इसके बाद queen g, not queen g6 immediately maybe, but these two would be strong. c3 is weak. We have observed it's a base. So this is the position, and what I can say is Arjun has psychological initiative, has practical initiative, and Arjun is very good in calculations. So it's not going to be easy for Mustafa. Mustafa has come down to 52 minutes. There is 20 minutes difference, and Mustafa has started to worry. Okay. Hello, Siddharth. 94, 93. Yeah, yeah, definitely. That knight over there is very, very strong. Now we have seen Arjun also, Gukesh also. Pragg Ronak mein kya hua finally? Oh, he took with. I was wrong. Bishop f5 did happen. I was right that Ronak will capture here. How much time did he think? Not much. 1 hour he has. And Pragg captured ef5, not queen f5. Most of you had mentioned that you would like to capture with the pawn. That's a cool thing. We are going to have some treat over here. It's going to go towards some, firstly, maneuvers, because this knight has to come to better squares, mostly 4 here. Also f4 or something like g4, g5. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, black is also not going to be just sitting quietly. He's going to go knight d4. He's also going to start pushing on the queen side. So dekhte hai what's going to happen. Oh, b5 already happening there. b5 is already happening there. Let's go to now which game? Vidit, what happened after rook a2? King h2 खेला था, rook f7. This is where, oh, he played b5. So he attacks this knight over here. Knight goes to e7. Ju engine, of course, would not like to give such a free, nice open file. She goes knight e7. Vidit takes on a6. He's happy with the open b file, I guess. Maybe that is the reason he took here. And Venjun is thinking, no, b takes a6. Vidit is thinking, oh my god, he's actually down to 50 minutes. That is 23 minutes of difference. What must he be thinking? One is that maybe to go knight e3 or bishop e3 or to take on f4. Maybe that is what he might be thinking. If you go a simple move like rook b2, let's say, it's already very bad. It does nothing. It has not much threat. This knight is coming here very quickly, and oh my god, it can become very dangerous if these two knights come together. So maybe Vidit is thinking bishop takes f4 as well, or knight e3. I think these are the two moves he will be thinking. But he plays bishop e3. No, he did not take. He did not like to give the bishop. He played bishop e3. This also looks good. Oops, sorry. I keep forgetting to see the chat sometimes. Do remind me. What about queen e8 here? Jay Pandit says, maybe you covered this already, but did Ronak draw or win yesterday? He said, have half point, but chess result shows 1. And he's paired with Pragg, who is on 1. Oh, Ronak had drawn, no, yesterday? But he's paired with... Oh, this is an interesting question, Jay. I should look into it. Let me check. Can we do bishop h6 in Pragg's game, asks Namit. Okay, the lot of questions, lot of answers to figure out. Let's do that. But here if knight g6, bishop takes a7, rook takes a7, and then what white can do calmly is to go rook e3, another rook comes in, defends f3 forever, defends the d3 and solidifies. Okay, this should be fine. Rook e3 is a very nice move actually, but over here black has an intermediate move to consider. Can anyone suggest a very interesting idea for black in this position? Can anyone suggest a very interesting idea for black? That idea is possible because in the last move this knight went to g6. Oh, क्या बात है? Alert, yeah? अरे अरे नमित, ब्लंडर कर दिया, क्वीन एच4 नहीं आ रहा है. देयर इज नाइट ऑन f3. Yes, exactly. Knight G2. Deven, Chinmay, Anurag, Rajiv, Aryan, Chan. Absolutely. Look at this idea. Did you all get it? The idea. If King G2, Queen takes F3. Black is blundering a queen, but no. There is Knight H4. As I said, this idea is possible because of the Knight on G6. There is Knight H4, and then you recover the, if King G3, Knight F3. But why does it work? Because don't forget you had lost a piece here. The point is, after Knight F3, this rook is attacked. That's important. In fact, even if this rook was an A1, White would be happy to take his bishop back because he would get two pieces for a rook. But here he does not have that time, and when he moves the rook, he will lose this bishop. Black will recover the piece. So that is a very cool idea. Vidit needs to be careful. Bishop e3 is a nice move, challenging the bishop. We will see what Ju Engine is going to play here. Okay, let's go to other games as well. I think we have to see a lot of games which we have no idea about. Setu Raman is playing with Lucas Van Forest, who is the brother of Jordan Van Forest. Lucas is black here, and they are still in the queenless middle game, you can say. And it's going on very nicely placed. Knight on a5. We will come back here later again. Aryan Chopra is playing with Luca Junior Moroni. I think yesterday Luca was paired against some Indian. I don't remember the name. But here we are seeing the structure again with the doubled e pawns and f file open, and rook on a2 looks very similar to with its some placement of pieces there. So this is Aryan. This is again just very little initiative for white. We will come back here again later. Murli Karthikeyan, who lost with Ju Engine yesterday, is white, and he is playing Nicholas. He looks in trouble because he has 6 pawns, and black is a pawn up, but it could be a very well a sacrifice here as well. If I just go back a little bit, queen f6, f5 was played by Murli. He gave a pawn here, he sacrificed a pawn. Remember, there is a knight here, so that's why no check to win such a queen in disco. Took on e6, queen gives check, bishop goes back, takes, knight c3, castle, castle. So yes, Murli is a pawn down, but he must have sacrificed it because he thought he's getting compensation. And we cannot just judge such positions through engine, because there is a lot of psychology happening on the board. So we will see there is a weakness here on e6. This pawn cannot be easily pushed because d5 will become weak, which means he will have to go c5, c6. It could become interesting. We will look at it. Adiban is playing against Christopher Yu. Adiban is white. Engine is favoring Christopher Yu's position right now after rook f1. But I really like his centrally placed rooks. Though currently this is like a granite, you're not really able to attack. Adiban has double bishops as well. But black's structure here is very solid. There are not much weaknesses there which white is able to attack. Two minor pieces have already been exchanged. So yeah, again it's better for black, but we will have to see. I cannot say it's completely not possible to fight back in this position. Harsha Bharat, oh my god, look at the king on c5. Oh, it's Scotch. This is Scotch. I've played this number of times. Wow. So very quickly, if I take through the moves, it was a very long line and an interesting one. G3, G6, bishop C4, bishop A6, B3, BG7. This is all opening. and it's all forcing. You can see there is a pin here, and this pawn is weak. And what happens is bishop takes c5, like you are losing it right now. But because no more there is a queen, you lose this piece here, and there the position converts into two pieces for a rook and a pawn. So white has these two pieces for rook and this pawns. Yeah, rook and two pawns, sorry. The point is, I used to go knight c3, the idea being later you go rook c1, knight a4, because this pawn stays on c6, and then you go rook c5, rook a5, the king would come to d4, this bishop would stop any entry there. Was interesting, but what knight a3 looks like a new move to me. I mean, I have not played it for a long while, but it seems that there are some games with knight a3. c6 has been played. He defends this so that later with f4 there is no issue. Rook d1, rook e8, bishop f3. You can see everything is controlled. There is no entry for black rooks here. King f8, knight c2, king e7, rook d4. Yeah, rook d4, rook a4. Yeah, that was the maneuver. Sorry, not rook c5. King d6, rook a4, rook a8. This is an isolated pawn here. And then rook a6 has been played. Rook e8, knight b4. Actually, this is a very pleasant position for white. You have to consider b4, later a4. Oh my god. Wow, what an endgame we are going to witness. Knight b4 and king c5. Okay, so this is the position. I think this is interesting. We will look at it later. But let's go to Pragg's game, as Namit Modi has been asking a question. What if bishop h6? There are some moves which happened after ef5, b5, knight d2, knight d4. Oh, knight d4 was not a good move, but very surprising because it's one of the most natural move. You are attacking c2, you are provoking c3, you're keeping pressure here, but c3 is obvious that you are going to kick this knight away, and the whole evaluation of this position changes in white's favor. Why? What happens for knight c6? Why does it all change so drastically? By the way, what was your question in Pragg's game? Bishop h6. Why not bishop h6? Yes, bishop h6, you are threatening a mate. There is no g6 as well. Completely agree. But what is your plan for rook f7? Rook f7 defense. Anyway, you're going to play c3. So he played c3 because this bishop is good here. Until now, you don't need to give a threat. Sometimes threat is better than execution. That's the reason. So c3, and Ronak is thinking, if Ronak goes back to c6, attacking d3 pawn, what can white play, guys? What can white play? Oh no, he went knight c2. He did not go knight c6. Okay, over here, Praggnanandhaa has to be careful. He has to make this only move to retain his such powerful advantage. He needs to make the only move. No, it's not a very difficult move, of course, but what is the move which he needs to play? And why is it the only move? Let's try to understand. We are at a very good juncture here to see this point. Okay, it was not at all difficult. If all of you are getting it, was not at all difficult. Yeah. Knight c2 is giving a fork. Knight rook on a1 and bishop on e3. If you go rook c1 directly, there is knight e3, fe3, and then you blunder a pawn. Obviously, you don't want to do that, and that's why this is the only move which Praggnanandhaa will play. You are threatening a mate, no time to capture a pawn. And if rook f c1, What is Ronak's plan for the knight? Because it really is going to get trapped after rook c1. So has Ronak thought कि queen d3 is happening? But guys, why is queen d3 a bad move? Why is queen d3 a bad move? Can you tell me the ideas? Like two moves. Maybe you can suggest two moves back to back. Doesn't this just look, oh queen d3 black ने pawn जीत गया, क्या ही बात है, pawn up हो गया मैं. I'm sure this is how you will calculate in your games, right? इधर तो पूरा सेफ है, क्या कर रहा है वाइट, उल्लू का पट्टा निकला, ऐसे बोलोगे ना अपोनेंट को मन ही मन में. Paro bishop h6, rook f7 has happened. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. There are firstly many possible moves, but yes, knight e4, you move the knight, and your threat is to go rook d1, attack the queen, and then force the queen to lose the support of c2 knight. So black is losing a piece because of rook d1 as a threat. If black tries to play rook d8, trying to stop rook d1, but it's really not because there are two pieces who are stopping, but I also have the queen, let's not forget it. Anyway, rook fd1 is happening. Oh my god, and you lose a piece just like that. So you cannot take on d3. If you cannot take on d3, and if this is attacked, still, how can you delay? Is there a counter attack you have? Is there a counter attack? For a moment to save the knight? For a moment, I'm talking about. At least not to lose the piece. What is it that black can play? Yes, Anurag. King h8. By playing king h8, you have gone for a counter attack, which is gh6. You're also so if rook c2, then there is gh6. What can white do? White can he can go bishop g7, no, but there is rook g7. If he goes rook c2, then there is gh6, which is also okay. Knight e4. Even if you look at this structure, this knight is just so powerful than this bishop, and this f6, h6, the whole structure is so bad. White strategically is winning. White strategically is winning with this simple play, even if it does nothing there. Okay, so that's a strategic blunder by Ronak, we can say, and Praggnanandhaa is winning here. Ronak should not have played knight d4. It was a little bit early. He had to wait. He had to go queen d7. First try to get more pressure here, and then try to go knight d4 maybe to attack the f5 pawn. Can we look at other people's game as well now? Maybe if there are any updates in Gukesh's game. King h1. Yes, we left at rook c8. Here, a few moves have happened. King h1 gaya, Shaparinov. Queen e7. Gukesh developed his queen. Bishop g5. He was okay with the queen moving twice. Oops, the queen moving twice. Queen c1, again challenging the queen. That's a nice little move there. Gukesh says, I don't want to exchange. He goes back, and now queen goes to d2. A typical idea which we analyzed, queen c1, queen d2. And Gukesh is thinking, maybe a good time to now start with f5. He does not have a dark square bishop. He has kept a hold on c5 ideas. And maybe time to play f5. Will he go f5? Guys, what do you think? He also has another idea, first to take his knight f6, knight h5 or knight e4, but I really like f5. And I think Gukesh will play f5 at this point of time. Okay, let's go to, so we have seen Pragg. We have seen, no, we have not seen Arjun versus Mustafa. अरे क्या हो गया? F3, Knight F8, Bishop C8, Rook C8, and White played A4 here, even without his Rook on A1. He was feeling uncomfortable with this idea of Bishop A5 and B4, so he plays A4, forcing an exchange there. B takes A4. That's actually a good move by White, by the way. B takes A4, and he plays Bishop takes F6. Wow, what Mustafa has found some amazing idea over here by playing a4. Maybe the reason for Arjun to have gone bishop a5 over here now, as we see, was important because white does not get time for a4 idea. So subtle. Only now after 3-4 moves we can say why this move was so important, right? By the way, guys, in the chat, currently which is the chess book you're reading and which is really helping you? Can you let me know? Knight f8, bishop c8. Okay, so he took b takes a4 and either bishop takes f6 was a nice intermezzo there. Bishop f6, really a nice move. If you play knight a4, it's a blunder. Black to play and win very quickly. Can you tell me why black is winning? Clara says Anand files. Wow. Mamta says Gary Kasparov and my predecessors. Okay, which part? Yes, E.T. Harshit. Mamta. SP says I bought a Gukesh tutorial, haven't started yet. Okay, but that's good to know. Whenever you check it out, do let us know how you found it. Yes, bishop d2 and you lose a piece because this queen was overloaded. 10th की पढ़ाई भी करनी है, ये क्लास भी जाना है, चेस भी सीखना है, टूर्नामेंट भी खेलना है, overloaded, and then you lose a piece over here. Okay, got it. Let's go back. Oh, Nihal drew. Acha. I'll check it out. Oh, really? That repetition? Are you serious? Okay. So b takes a4. Ko bishop f6. That's why Mustafa made a nice move here. Because black has to decide to whether take on f6 or intermezzos. Bishop takes f6 is possible. Bishop takes c3. This is what was played. Bishop c3 by Arjun. That's a good move there. Taking out the knight and not allowing knight a4 after queen f6. So b takes c3 was played. Wait, can you play queen c3? No, but if you play queen c3, after queen f6, you've lost this pawn for that moment. So b takes c3, and now Arjun is thinking. He will take the bishop with the queen. Oh, actually, he also has a choice. gf6. Looks a little ugly though. And queen takes a4. This is what we will reach. This position. हाँ, क्या लग रहा है ये पोजीशन के बारे में? What is your opinion? By the way, we got to know that Nihal has drawn the game. Oh yes, they repeated over there. Knight g5, rook f8, knight f3, rook e8. Oh my god. Okay, but for black it's a good result. For Nihal it's a good result. He is going solid. He's playing after, I think, classical after a long time. It's fine, it's fine. Important will be to play with white. Guys, what has been the update in Vidit's game? Okay, after bishop e3, Ju Wenjun has been thinking. In fact, after 97, she had 1 hour 13 minutes. And now she has already thought for 23 minutes. What do we generally say, just as a generic thing? Don't try to think more than 20 minutes. But this position, she definitely thinks critical, which is okay. And so she's thinking what exactly to do, because there are many tempting options for black, but there are also a lot of tactical calculations in every choice. So she's thinking, but she must not think for more than another 5 minutes here, max to max, because she's going to need that time during the crazy calculations. Okay, so Nihal has drawn his game. This is with its position with white. Everything is in control. Gukesh, we saw also everything in control. This is his moment. He will have to choose whether he'll go for f5 and start with some dynamic play, whether he still wants to improve his piece position and go for knight f6. This is Arjun's position, which Arjun is going to play queen f6. And I had asked in this position, kya lag raha hai? What do you think of this position? This was my question. Yeah, Nihal's game mein repetition has happened. Clara, do not spam. I have read your chat. Yes, that is a choice. With black, they are wanting to play solid. Every draw will also matter. So I think let's not focus on this very individual game, like on this one round per se, but it's the next game with white. If he can strike back, every opponent is so tough, right? So if he can strike back with white, is going to be important. So let's wait and watch. The question, let's bring back our mind to this position, which is going to happen in Arjun's game in one move. What do you think of this position? Who do you favor and why? I'm coming in a minute. No, in a few seconds. I favor Arjun. Equal. Black. I think white is better because the pawn on h file is hanging. Acha, a file. You mean a file. Okay. Weak e7 and d5 for black though. e7 नहीं, a7. Guys, notation का कुछ करो. Okay. Okay. So yeah, if you look at this position, a pawn, everybody has observed. It's an isolated pawn in the open file. Yes, very true. But it's also the pass pawn. There is no pawn, no white pawn which can stop that. So it's also the passed pawn. So it can be like either a strength or a weakness, right? That kind of a thing. Next is, if you see the pawn islands here, let's, like right now, if you're looking at the imbalances, if you look at the pawn islands, this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3. Black has 3 pawn islands. And how many pawn islands is white having? Guys, can you tell me how many pawn islands white is having? थोड़ा फटाफट लिखो ना guys. Quick, quick, quick. Zero, 1. जीरो कैसे हो सकता है? जीरो नहीं हो सकता. You have pawns. मतलब pawn island एक तो है ही. At least one definitely. 80 से 0 बोले तो pawns है ही नहीं. Okay, that way, that's a funny one. Exactly. So you can see what is a pawn island. Island क्या होता है? Geography. If you guys are studying, I mean, if you're 5 years old, I'm not expecting you to know island. But if you are older than that, what is an island? There is water on all the sides, right? That is an island. So if you look at this thing, one island, one, they are all connected. So in chess, when until the pawns are connected, that is one island. So white is having one island. This, just take for example d5 and c4. That's one island because there is no, where is the pawn, where is it breaking? e5 and b5. मतलब ये हो गया एक island. जहाँ पे break हुआ, this is another island. यहाँ पे break हुआ, this is another island. This is how black is having 3 islands, correct? And white is having 1 island. For whom is it better? Like, is it better to have more pawn islands or is it better to have less pawn islands? Pawn continent. pawn की country है, no island. Yes, Zagar will join the commentary later. Soon, now. क्योंकि later आ गया है. तभी का later, अभी का present. Of course, less pawn islands. So in that sense, because more the pawn islands, that means more weaknesses are possible. So in this case, if you see, a7 is weak, it's an isolated pawn. d5 is the base of the pawn chain. Any base of the pawn chain is weak. So यहाँ पे this is also weak, this is also weak. For white, he has one pawn island, so that favors him. But which is the base? यहाँ पे c3 is one of the base, which is weak, which is a weakness because it is fixed. And black will try to attack that point. This is how you get to know. Once you know इसको attack करना है, तो you will then consider, suddenly moves will happen to you. कि अच्छा ये ideas के लिए जाना है. Once you know rooks are good on 7th rank, again you're going to look at the open file and you are going to look at this rank because these pawns are not there and the king, another base of the pawn chain is g2. So that also g2 भी weak हो सकता है. Get it? So over here there are many ideas. After queen a4, for black, he can actually go for I mean, let's just have a look at some of the variations. Maybe let's say black goes a move like knight e6 here, trying to get the knight in peace. Can white take the pawn on a7? But rook a8, and then the queen, can it get trapped? Let's say queen b7 happens. What do you do? If you go rook b8, that's a blunder क्योंकि ये मर रहा है. So no, that's not really happening. But maybe black, like in Benko, he tries to get compensation. Maybe he can try to get some compensation here. Queen g5, इसको attack करो, इसको defend करो. So these are the ways for black to give up a pawn and try to gain compensation. It could be interesting. If he doesn't go knight e6 and if he tries to save the pawn, let's just try. Ki, oh my god, guys, if I go rook c7, that's a big blunder. Why is rook c7 a big blunder? I'm not moving, but can you tell me, why is it a big blunder? Fatafat. Viru, Akash, Alok, Eridogen, Funny, E.T., Nikhil, Deepak, Dwaj, Madhu, Pranav, Checkmate. Array, perfect. This is hanging. ये hanging रह जाएगा. So that is cool. So rook c7 is not possible. And if you go a move like rook e7, again this rook is overloaded. e4 आएगा. You will also try to deflect the base of the pawn chain so that another pawn becomes weak. All these ideas are happening. So Arjun definitely has to be very alert for what is happening and must play dynamically because he has a lot of weaknesses in his positions, which means he cannot be just cool and calm. He has to do something, and right there he does something. He goes queen g5, a very active move. I really like it. He is attacking the e3 pawn as well by doing so. He is also creating more pressure on g2 as we have discussed. e4 is also stopped because there is a pin here. d2 knight is not defended by anybody, that is, it can become hanging. So these are all the possibilities. And if queen takes a7 here, the question will be whether you go rook 8 and rook a2 to try to gain compensation. Whether can you play rook e3? No, not really. This move right now is a blunder. Why so? What changed after queen a7? Why is this move a blunder? क्या बात है? Yes, Rajiv, Anurag, Shrikant, Madhu, absolutely. This move is a blunder right now because f4 blocks the defense, and you don't have queen e7 because there is a skewer here. Queen takes e7 and you lose the rook. That is why it doesn't work. Rook e3 over here. But rook 8, rook a2 looks like a very tempting idea. So white would be definitely scared to go for something like this. Another thing is black doesn't need anything to happen immediately. He is okay to go a little slow as well. uh, he can get his knights and all, because this is a great weakness for him. If he is able to win the c3 pawn, c4 pawn is going to be super dangerous. So in general, the sense I sense this as either ending in a draw or Arjun getting some advantage because Mustafa misses something. But if white plays accurately, then he should be able to hold this. Okay, let's see if there is any update in the game of Gukesh after queen d2. No, Gukesh is down to 45 minutes. They have almost equal time. So he is thinking, he has not yet gone for f5. What about Pragg and Ronak? What happened there? Because we left last at knight e4, g h6. Oh, this actually happened in the game. No, no, no. We left it here. Rook f7, rook c1, king h8 was played by Ronak. Knight went to e4. Viru, yes, I'll come to your question. G h6 was played. Rook c2, rook g7, queen went back to f3, queen went to g8. Basically, what is the idea of queen g8? Also to keep an eye on a2. And Pragg played b3 here. So what we can see, the main imbalance, why Pragg is better, as we discussed already. Why is Pragg having such a huge advantage? Viru, have you ever tried to close your eyes and to ask yourself a square like, let's say, d4, and think of it whether it is a light square or a dark square, and then to check if it is the light one? I mean, I don't know how weak your notations are in general, whether you are an absolute beginner, whether you are at intermediate level, maybe that could help. Like, where do you stand right now? Why is white, why does the computer say white has such a huge advantage? His advantage is +2, more than +2. But why? Sanchit says Nihal is playing Ultra Bullet on leeches after finishing his game. Shall we do the commentary on that one? C4 will kill the bishop. Okay, a question to you. If C4 would kill the bishop, why did Arjun not play C4 over here? Sorry, Pragg not play C4 over here. Was possible, but maybe he didn't want to give away the square. So he played B3. Can black play C4 here? Because if you play DC4, BC4, BC4, and then Queen C4. So, I mean, I'm surprised that black can play C4, yet Computer is very happy here. Maybe. Oh, yeah, of course. Come on, guys. White to play. I wasn't alert. Yes, in simple terms, as Anurag mentions, good knight versus bad bishop. And the second thing is, yes, exactly. The black pawns, the pawn structure is so bad. The structure is so bad. Srinath, if white plays c4, Srinath Narayanan in the chat, by the way, welcome Srinath. If white plays c4, it kind of prevents all the pawn breaks in the position. White will need to keep the options open because at some point white will want to open up the position. Arey, kya baat hai? Nice. Guys, there you have the explanation from Srinath. We are very lucky to get that in such nice words. Srinath, are you still in Mumbai or somewhere else? So that's why not c4. Okay, yes, guys, you have got it right. Knight, all those who said knight f6, that's a good move there because it's a disco and bishop f6 will lose the rook. But many of you also mentioned knight d6, attacking the queen and attacking this. Should also be okay, but why not win the pawn here as well? Okay, what happened in the game was b3, and as Srinath mentioned over here, he doesn't want to play c4 so that he can have more pawn breaks in hand. Srinath says where I am is always a mystery. तो बता ही दो ना कहाँ पे हो. काफी स्टॉकर्स आ जाएंगे. b3 and rook d8 has been played by Ronak. In all, the position strategically is clearly better for Praggnanandhaa. So let's look at the other games very quickly. By the way, I am waiting. What is Gukesh going to do there? Is he going to play f5 or not? How much time is he going to think? No, he plays rook f8. After a thought, after 22 minutes of thought, he goes rook e8. Maybe we should ask Srinath. Why do you think Gukesh played rook f e8? Hello Prachi, good to see you after a long time. New Max says, Amrita, when will Sagar join us? Look, New Max, I really don't know. I am not calling him. I'm not messaging him. I am engrossed in the commentary. I don't care what he is doing. No, but I think soon enough. It should be soon enough. Update on Nihal game. Yes, Nihal drew his game. In the opening, it was repeated. By the way, Srinath, if you can put some light on that as well, it could be really nice. Many people wanted to know why Nihal accepted a draw. Rook c3 is played by Sheparino. Sheparino did not take too long here. So rook c3 he goes. Okay, that's a good place to be at. No, in fact, rook b3 is also possible. But anyway, rook c3 looks safe because it defends c2 as of now. It keeps an eye on c4. Of course, in the future for c5 as well. In general, for me, it looks like a good move there. Again, Gukesh has a choice of going f5. But he played rook e8. There has to be a reason. One reason was Srinath said Nihal is black. I imagine he doesn't mind a draw with black against 2600 plus opponent. Absolutely. Makes sense, Srinath. That's the reason, guys. It's with black, it's definitely a good result. You save your energy, and who knows, tomorrow is going to be an important day with white. One more reason could it be, but no, this knight is not going to go to f8 and go anywhere. So that definitely is not a reason at all. Srinath, I am not able to understand this move, rook f e8. Definitely not. Like, is it too futuristic Like, can we call it like ये AI move है? Yeah, in the future AI is going to become very powerful. That kind of a move, कि F5, E4, like what? What exactly is Rook on E8 doing? We really need your help here, Srinath. What do you think? Srinath says this position is a lot about white aiming for the f4 break. So rook f8 is useful in that. Oh, that's really enlightening here. This rook e8 is that mysterious rook move where after ef4 you have this it placed in on an open file. Oh, thank you so much. That really helps. Absolutely. It's really important knowledge. I was really not understanding why this move, but now it's super clear. And for rook c3, Gukesh did not think much. He's gone for f5. So all the thinking has gone while playing rook e8. So he must be confused first f5 or first rook e8, and this is how he would have decided. So Srinath says if black played f5 over the previous move, white would have responded with f4. Yeah, and now he doesn't have rook on e8. So in this case, after f5, now f4 may not be possible or what? Because after e4, this is hanging. Okay, and white doesn't mind that because he jumps with his knight to d4 and supports. So maybe a bit early, but in general, as we know, it's good to have this rook on e8. That's really cool. So let's see what Sheparinov is going to do after f5. Either he will play f4 or he could just put his pawn on f3. Both the moves are possible, but one of them more strategic is to play f4. I think he will go for f4. Can we look at Arjun's game now? Yeah, we left at queen f6, queen a4, queen g5. Acha, ek hi move. And now Mustafa goes for f4. Srinath says that's all the explanations you will get here from me today. For more, you can watch Attack Like a Super GM. Yeah, Gukesh is the new Fritz trainer, guys. Do check it out. But thanks a lot, Srinath, because that one very important point was needed, and now we know where it is heading. Okay, in Arjun's game with Mustafa, he plays f4 and Arjun is happy. He goes queen f5. Look at this. The queen is going to eye on d3 later. I sense these two pawns very weak. Also with f4, it's a highly committal move because oh, I just thought that he's not going to get e4 ko takes and f takes e4 the capture towards center, but e4 has already been played. Are they going for simplifications? He has deflected this to capture the pawn on c4. Very interesting. Mustafa is really playing well, yeah? Mustafa is really playing well. So knight c4. Okay. How this big change is going to impact? Okay, let's just try to have a look at it after knight c4. What is black going to do now? You're not attacking this because your queen is defending the c4 knight there, but can you attack this knight because there is a pin there? he will lose the pawn if the knight moves. Correct? Also, this is a passer there. But what if knight e5? The idea is if you take rook takes c3, then white has a very strong move, like very interesting move. Guys, can you guess what can be a very interesting idea for white here? Oh, Aniket, that was very quick. Yes, f5, f6 looks like a very strong idea with the knight on e5, rook on f1, eyeing the f7 point. Looks very strong. Awesome. Absolutely. So, the rook takes c3. Maybe you wouldn't want to allow this f5, f6 here. And that's the reason you might want to first kick this knight away. White nevertheless wants to fix the pawn on f5 and have this structure over here. So maybe this is something which we might go into, and it's definitely equal but with imbalances, so anything can happen, and Arjun will try to press this position. Okay, what are the interesting games and which you want to see? Guys, do suggest. With its game, what happened in the last few moves? We left it at bishop e3 and Wenjun played c5. Oh, we did not consider this at all. She took a long time. Yeah, VD. She took a long time. She played c5, blocks this bishop for now. And it's a good news for Vidit actually. Suddenly, the bishop looks powerless. What did Vidit play here? He actually took the knight, but here it wasn't needed to take the knight. Vidit had got an opportunity to play g3, kick this knight, though it looks very scary. Can you try to give a sacrifice with knight g6, knight f4, knight f4? Not really. You can just take and nothing immediate. No, maybe you don't even need to take, but you can take or you can go knight g3. Nothing immediate is happening. So this sacrifice would have been a bluff. So after c5, g3, if the knight had to go back, the difference here is after king g2, you have defended them. And if black goes rook f8, with renewing the threat of queen takes f3, white can make one simple move. The knight can go to h2 and again solidify on f3. And then what happens is, even if all his pieces are there set for the queen side defense, ये यहाँ पे, ये यहाँ पे, ये इधर से f2 पे it's blocking queen. Still, what he can try to now shanti se do is to get his rook on 7th rank, attack these weaknesses. And this bishop here is not going to be very nice. This rook also might come in the game this way, or queen e2 and rook b1, rook b7. So in all, g3 was a great timing which Vidit had, but it looked like always a scary decision to play g3. It was never happening. So sometimes these moves are not at all easy to play on the board. Bishop f4 Vidit played and kind of released the tension. Of course, without g3, another idea was to still wait and go rook b2 and delay bishop f4, because right now your bishop is doing good by defending the f2 pawn. There is no real threat. So bishop f4 is a little bit maybe not needed at that point of time, but it feels safe as it is all simplified. Queen goes back, knight goes to e3, knight goes to g6, and now with it went rook b2. But rook goes to f8 and suddenly Wenjun is attacking. This is defended. Rook b7 is not possible. The rook has no entry on this open file. White needs to find some play. Knight c4 looks like a move to attack the d6 pawn. Tag me, ask which Indian youngster is your favorite. Tag me now. It is just impossible to say any one name. It's It's one of the nice things that we have so many Indians who are upcoming and are so talented and playing there, and each one has a style of their own. So, where you may like the creativity of Gukesh, you may like the solid play by Pragg. So each one of them will have their own strengths, and you really now cannot say anymore that he is my favorite or something like that. Oh, Setu Raman versus Swan Forest is totally winning, says Arul. Let's check. Whoa! Oh my god. He's just completely winning. By the way, you also have to check that Scotch endgame, yeah? King D7. Oh, look at this. Let's just go back here. This was the position. He played bishop a5, attacked the c7. Bishop takes. Oops, sorry. Bishop takes d5. C takes d5. King had to move. King had to move. And rook d4 sacrifice. So c takes d4. Rook c7. King e8. Arre baapre, look at this. They both are disconnected. Black's development again back to square one. Wow, what a wonderful sacrifice by Setu Raman, yeah? How many pawns does he have? 7 pawns against 6 pawns. So he has bishop and 1 pawn for a rook. But he also has such a bad king there. Amazing. What should white play here? White has a beautiful idea. What should white play? Siddharth says in Neiman's game, the last few rook moves make no sense. Is it some transmission error from the board? Okay, we could check it out. There we have. One person has found it. Kunal, well done. E5. Look at this. Such a beautiful move there. If d5, you have of course sacrificed a pawn so that you get your path clear. And d6 is happening now. The whole idea, what is white going to do? What is black going to do? Yeah, just a random move. D7 check, and if the king goes here, there is queen disco check. But if king takes d8, the major problem is after rook a7, you win the rook, so you will be a piece up. And with such a bad king, I mean, you will also win this rook also. Actually, you don't just win a rook. So that is the idea. E5 is a very powerful move. Maybe Setu will find it, and black should resign soon after e5. Okay, Mia, you too found it. Okay, great. Awesome, guys. So this was Setu Raman, who is beating Jordan Van Forest's brother, Lucas Van Forest. Can we have a look at... Oh, by the way, we didn't see Abhimanyu Puranik's game. He's white. He's also very aggressive player, very creative. Really like the way he attacks, and he is having a better position there. All pressure on g6. So some sacrifice could be incoming slowly. By the Aditya Mittal is black. He's playing against Jahangir Wakidov, one of the strong Uzbekistan players. He was in the Olympiad team. Looks like Aditya has nice active rooks there. Very, very slight initiative. Maybe Wakidov will hold, but if anybody has chances, it's Aditya. What about Adiban? Oh my god, we completely forgot to check this game. Okay, Adiban is fine. Actually, the pawns are equal, but he has two pawn islands. Black has one pawn island, and a3 is pretty weak. He has defended it. He has three defenders there for two attackers, and also prepared for the third attacker. So currently it is well defended, and he's ready for attack like a beast. h5, and maybe H or H6 at the right time he will decide, but he will just keep that tension. Also, yeah, that is a very interesting position which Adiban is having on the board. What about Harsha Bharatkoti drew? Okay, that endgame, Scotch endgame which we were looking at, they drew. So black equalized. And what about Abhimanyu Mishra? Abhimanyu Mishra has a slight edge. It's a Sicilian Meroxy bind like structure which I am seeing right now without the light square bishops. And because white doesn't have the light square bishop and his pawns are placed on light square, white has some initiative there. But what black must always look at is whether he can get d5 or b5. These are the things black must look at. Can we go to Gukesh's game again? Yeah, f4 was played like Srinath had suggested, and f4, f5, f4. You stop black's ideas. Knight f6, Gukesh went for. He thought for around 10 minutes here, and Sheparinov has not at all been thinking for his last few moves. Look, he actually, from this point, he played queen d2. He had 47 minutes, and he made rook c3 in a minute. Then he played f4, maybe 5 more minutes, and bishop f3. So he started playing little fast now, and Gukesh is down to 28 minutes. He has to make 15 moves, which is okay. Still not to worry about time pressure. So bishop f3, what should Gukesh think of here? So very, very unclear position. Very unclear. So this is a game to watch. By the way, somebody had mentioned Neiman to check out Neiman's last few moves. Oh my god. What? The bar is just going up and down. For white though. Here he played Rook a5. Rook a7 is of course a transmission error. I mean, come on, you're not going to leave this taking the rook. So yeah, this looks like a transmission error. I know what happened. What happened was he actually took rook takes a5. Then Thai played b4 and Hans played rook a6 maybe. No, Hans played rook a8. Yeah, this is what happened. And then now Thai played knight c5, attacked the bishop. So you cannot take on b4. Why can you not take on b4? Why is queen b4 a blunder? Guys in the chat. Oh, sorry, there is knight d7. I only forgot. I am only blundering because I thought rook b1. But anyway, knight c5, bishop c8. And this is the position in Niemann's game currently which is going on. White is having an edge clearly because this bishop is a bad bishop. Okay, what about, we have to see Arvind versus Esipenko as well. But now that we are on Pragg's game, this has happened. The structure is fixed. So there is no break. There is no d4 ever for white. Only break white will have in the future is f4 or on g5. But he has a beautiful open file there after rook g8. So this rook is very active. Oh my god, this bishop. What do you feel, guys, when you look at this bishop on e7? What is the profession he would be in? Which is this profession for bishop on e7? Kaushal is saying feels great. Chess for fun asks, can we play queen e3 and chop c5? Queen e3. So you are attacking h6 and c5. That's a good question. But chess for fun, I'm not just going to capture your knight c5, bishop c5, queen c5 and give that for one pawn, because I feel this advantage is like a bishop. But if I get b4 also, yes, definitely, why not? So very interesting suggestion with queen e3. But there is a problem. You are giving counterplay to black. Bye. What is a good move for black? What is a good move for black? If you can be alert in such situations, पूरा खराब है, पोजीशन पूरा खराब है, मतलब इतना गॉन है ना, ऐसा लग रहा है यार क्यों खेल रहा हूँ, आई विश आई कुड रिजाइन, ऐसे आता है थॉट ना कभी कभी. बट इमेजिन हाउ मच एवर बैड योर पोजीशन इज, यू नेवर गेट ए थॉट कि यार क्यों खेल रहा हूँ मैं, ये क्या करूँ, अब पूरा गया है. You just don't ever get this thought. Instead, you get a thought कि ठीक है, position is bad, but I am going to be alert because my opponent can give me that one chance. How much ever dead lost it seems, my opponent can give me one chance. So I will be completely on my toes. I will be completely alert. This is one. Number two is, I'm going to keep finding some counterplay. Q. Because I love risks. I love to make it all crazy there. Because I'm a weird person. So I can make things crazy. So this is number two. And you can keep fighting. And you have no idea how many lost games, how many losing positions you will be able to turn the tables. Absolutely. Because you just don't think you are losing there. Absolutely, guys. Well done. Queen h5. Such a good move. You attack the f5 pawn suddenly and white cannot defend it. He cannot go g4. He cannot go queen f3. You are attacking d1. It's also a double attack anyway. So queen h5 would lose an important pawn, which in future would allow some counterplay. So don't make such mistakes. So not queen e3, but a very good question. Yeah. So not queen e3, but you can attack the pawn with rook a5 also if you want. You can even go rook a7. I like this move, rook a7 as well. So just this rook on a2 is very powerful. Okay, let's go back after rook g8. This Pragg is clearly in control and almost winning. We have not checked Arvind versus Esipenko's game. So to have a look, what is the situation there? Arvind is having a better position, having a beautiful knight on d5 there, a very strong center. Yeah, and equal material. So Arvind is also clearly better. Don't mind if I miss some games of Indians, because I think we have a lot of people playing and it may not be possible to cover all the games, but we are trying to cover as much as possible. Gukesh, did anything happen there? Oh, he made a move. He went queen f7. Guys, Sagar is in Phoenix Market City. We have chess summer camp going on over there. So he's gone there. There are a lot of people who are coming in. It's between 3 to 7. It's very interesting, very exciting. You can make a lot of new friends. You can play chess. You can also volunteer, by the way. It's just another environment there. So if you're in Bombay, do try to drop in. If you are out of Bombay, and in case you have any plans to come to Mumbai, maybe this is a good time. Apart from the summer heat, yeah. But we have a lot of team over there, so it's beautiful and it's I mean, it's a great work which is happening there with all the team, the way all the people, the volunteers, and everybody is. Yeah, the location is Phoenix Market City, Kurla. It's very near to the Vidyavihar train station. Joni says greetings from Indonesia. Oh, cool. I remember we had come to Jakarta once. It was with Yakob Agard, and there was a camp, and we were there for only one day. And it was so funny because when we got down from the airport, the hotel where we had to reach, can you guess how long it took? Like, guys, you cannot guess. It was so crazy that I thought that Mumbai traffic is the max traffic. But the summer camp is going on. Already it's going on. Okay, let me tell you. It took 5 hours to reach the hotel. And we are there for only one day. 5 hours. That was so crazy. And I actually bought a magnet which had this traffic and now it's on our fridge. So every time we look at our magnet, that fridge magnet, we remember the Jakarta traffic. Oh my god. So hats off to all the people who are able to manage the traffic. But yeah, Indonesia was a nice place, of course. Okay, so G3, Gukesh is thinking here. I think it could be a good idea right now to take on F4 and open this file. Or what else can Gukesh think of? Yeah, maybe that really looks good. EF4 at this time. Maybe something like Queen D7, Queen A4. I don't know if it can be a good idea. Looks a little crazy. Let's see some other games. What about SL Narayanan versus Yu Yangi? Did we just miss this game? Oh, Narayanan is having a better position. He is a pawn down, yet this position is better for him. Wow. So cool. It's white to play. And he is winning back the pawn by queen a5. a7 is weak. So then he lands up in an IQP position against IQP with double bishop. But it's not going to be easy. So this should end in a draw. Arjun, I think the most critical game here, because it was very dynamic, was Arjun. F4, Queen F5 he went, and Mustafa went E4. Yeah, we were at this position. Queen E6 was played, and Knight E5. Arjun is thinking he has 31 minutes. As we were analyzing, if Rook C3, it will allow some craziness with F5, and if the queen moves, let's say, where will you move the queen? Guys, important question to you. Where do you need to move the queen? Otherwise, you are gone. Where should you move the queen? Otherwise, black will land up in big trouble. The only square to go. The only good square to go. I'm just reading out the suggestions here. One is Queen E7, Queen B6, Queen C8, Queen E7, Queen B6, Queen C8, yeah? Now, let me show you Queen B6. All those who said Queen B6, क्या ही बड़ा ब्लंडर. Look at the bar. मतलब बार उसके रास्ते से भी आगे जा रहा है. Because what did you miss, guys? If Queen B6, of course you missed Queen E8. Your rook was hanging. Okay, what if Queen E7? This to defends E8, correct? But what is the problem for Queen E7? Clearly, with White's move with F5, he intended to play F6, and here you are giving him another tempo to play F6 easily, and you are allowing this so easily. Knight G4, and again you are in trouble. So the only move for F5 would be to go Queen C8. So not allow F6 with a tempo. Of course, F6 would still be possible, But the point is that you don't take here and you play g6. But if you look at this position, how does it feel? नहीं यार, ये pawn नहीं चाहिए f6 पे, नहीं, पूरी जिंदगी ये f6 pawn के साथ नहीं रह सकता. It's so scary. That is how it feels. It feels like नहीं यार, can't allow this pawn to f6. इसीलिए rook c3 is a psychologically a move which is very easy to eliminate. Though Indian might say it is, oh fine, absolutely fine, ऐसे ऐसे खेलो, perfect chess, and you're fine. Bhai, I am a human being. How am I going to play perfect chess? So no, of course it's not fine with the pawn on f6. Okay, what else? That's why we have seen f6 is going to come, and this is how Arjun will continue. I think Gukesh, some people are saying that Gukesh has got slightly better. So after queen f7, what happened after queen f7? He played g3 and Gukesh went bishop h5. Wow, what an interesting move. Because he has a pawn here, he challenges this light square bishop. And white, obviously it feels like you don't want to exchange this bishop, yaar. Ye bishop kya hi kar raha tha? I mean, come on. Why would I do it? I definitely want to go bishop g2. Natural move, the most natural move. But what Gukesh should play here, again important, should capture on ef4. I think this ef4 decision to take at the right time is going to be the toughest one. If after bishop h4, let's say white could have taken on e5, f takes e5, and after bishop f3, let's say which rook, maybe you want to take with this rook so that there is pressure on f5, and rook takes e5. If you go rook takes f5 here, rook takes f5, rook takes f5, and rook takes c4. ये पूरा simplification हो जाता था. And then what you can see is d5 is really weak. d5 is really weak. b4 is really weak. Rook is very active. This king is really weak because of g3. And it looks better for black. इसके लिए white went bishop g2. And Gukesh is thinking, my question is, e4 looks very tempting, right? All of you. e4 looks very tempting. So why not e4? What is the reason that e4 is not liked by the computer? Why does computer not like e4? Can anyone tell me? दिखता तो बढ़िया है यार, ये pawn आगे निकल चल रहा है. People are saying because it gives the square to d4 square, because knight d4 knight e6 aa raha hai. Very nice that you spotted this weak square there. Very nice. But you want to go knight d4, absolutely also possible. Also with knight on d4, this is attack. But this is also passer, so knight can stay on e3 as well, which is a strong blockader, and attacks f5. So both the moves are possible. But what the main strategic problem with the move e4 is, it commits. Wrong commitment हो गया boss, wrong commitment. Because यहाँ पे white has nothing to worry. Once this is blocked, there is nothing to worry. Black has just given clarity कि हाँ हो गया है. Now it's all in white's control. Look at him. He always has this c5 idea in mind. With the knight defending the d5, eventually for white it's going to be very easy to get c5 break. And once white gets a successful c5 break, black is going to be in danger. So this is the reason Gukesh, of course, will know this strategically. He will never play a move like e4. e4 kabhi nahi khelega. So he is thinking here. The question definitely will be whether you want to take on f4 or whether you still want to improve your position further. Okay, let's go to Praggnanandha's game. He's decided to go. Lot of moves have happened. In fact, rook a2, rook g8, rook a1. He doubled the rooks here. Why not? Such a beautiful file. Black doubled the rooks here, attacking d3. But rook a8, there is a pin, so you cannot take here, otherwise you lose a rook. Queen goes back to e8. One rook is exchanged, so the power to attack this d3 is now weakened over there. Pragg goes rook a6. He has attacked the f6, the base, the weakness. Black needs to defend it. Queen f8 looks like the move because it defends both the weaknesses there. And white has everything under control. This knight, even if it doesn't move, it's just being there. You know वो रहता है ना, it's just like ऐसे घर पे कोई तो एक ऐसा मेन रहता है एंड यू जस्ट कभी कभी ऐसे डर लगता है. कॉलेज में सर एक आते हैं एंड देन ही इज लाइक ही जस्ट हैज दिस वाइब वेयर यू हैव लाइक सर आ गए एंड एवरीवन इज लाइक चुप, कंप्लीट चुप. सो दैट काइंड ऑफ अ वाइब दिस नाइट हैज. Solid boss. So Pragg is completely in control. I think Arvind is also winning. In a way, today, Arjun's game is important. F6. Yeah, he played F6. That's a good move. Again, there's nothing much to worry here for Arjun. In fact, maybe White's king could become weaker. Important is that Mustafa plays F5 right now. If Mustafa doesn't play F5 and moves his knight, firstly, where can the knight go? Even if you just look at the knight, the square is available. All these squares are not okay. Maybe there is a pin, so maybe these are available. But all these squares are not available. I don't know about knight g6, but how is knight g6? Knight g6 is available tactically because there is f5. But if he goes knight f3 there, the problem is now rook c3 will be strong because you no more have f5 and this is also blocked. So you don't like this, suddenly gives the advantage. If you go knight d3, same rook c3. So f5 looks like the most obvious and asking the queen again to choose a right place. I think these are the tough decisions with Arjun which he needs to be accurate कि कहीं गलत जगह ना लेके जाए queen को. Where should the queen go, guys? Suggest where should the queen go? Queen d5 only move. ऐसे कह रहे हैं कोई लोग. Queen b6 भी बोला है. Queen d5. So guys, if you play queen d5, this knight actually can go to d3. You see there is a pin there. You cannot take here because queen on a4 is irritating. So knight can go to d3 and here if you take on c3, problem is again your e8 is not defended. Okay, so queen d5 को वैसा हो रहा है. If you the right move, has anyone suggested? Queen e7 has been suggested by people. Queen b3 check and then you defend a c3 pawn. King h7 and this is playable. But maybe some slight advantage with white there. But if you go queen d6, which is what is an important move which computer says you need to play, knight d3, and this I don't think it is going to be as easy to play with black because this is the timing that suddenly the knight who was sleeping knight is wearing the armor and is jumping here, knight b6, knight d5, knight c4, and this is important for black to play and not get into any difficult situation. In the game, what happened was f5 was played, queen d5 was played and white went knight g4. Arjun did not go queen d6, he went queen d5 and Mustafa played knight g4. Definitely knight d3 was a good move, but of course it was a tough one because of which he did not find it and he went knight g4. Time to bring this knight on. Knight d7. Come on, Arjun. Go knight d7 now. This is the best time. Oh, there is one more move which can be forcing. Queen c6. challenges the queen on a4 and also c3 pawn. So if you give a check here, then king goes to h8. Okay, this is possible. And then you start with the a pawn push. This is one possibility. Or you just bring knight d7 here. And then I think this, if Arjun goes knight d7, I think black could come in, white could come in some danger. देखते हैं क्या करेगा. Okay, हाँ चलो फटाफट we'll look at other games also. What about Vidit? Vidit is in trouble or what? Oh, they played some things. Arjun played queen c4. Queen takes c4. Rook takes c4. Let's stay here for a while. They're making moves quickly. Rook e3, of course, because it also stops the pawn. A fair result would be that this ends in a draw. Arjun's game will end in a draw. That would be, but that is also not so easy. It's still complicated. Gukesh's game, did he play anything for bishop g2? Oh, he found queen d7. For bishop g2, he played queen d7. But okay, ef4 was a nice idea, but he played queen d7. Man, this is complicated. This is really getting complicated now. Arvind's advantage is increasing. What about Vidit? Oh my god, Vidit is in trouble. But is he like in serious trouble or just some trouble? So queen f6, knight e3, knight g6 was played. Rook b2 we saw. Rook f8, knight went to g1. Okay, I think because it got a little scary, knight g1, some passive moves have started happening. But here, black played queen g5, a nice move. Vidit went queen g4. And why does the computer favors black? Guys, can you write in the answer the two moves, calculation for two moves? Why do you think the computer favors black so much? Oh my god, she's played it. Queen g4. I think I asked the question late again. Queen g4. Knight g4. h5. Oh my god, this is a super trouble. Vidit is losing a pawn. Or maybe not immediately. There is a better move. Black has a very good move. Black has a good move. Wenjun can play rook f2 and win the pawn. But she can also wait and make this good move. Guys, can you find a move for black? Maybe this is the idea which Vidit could have missed. Exactly. c4. Look at this bishop which is getting activated. And very surprising. Very surprising. Not at all an easy move. Obviously, because knight c4 seems like, array, this is attacking d6 also. Kya hi ukad liya? Because anyway rook f2 was hanging, right? So why do you think this move is so good? Why do you think this move really is so powerful? The reason is you have opened your bishop. You have your knight is very powerful here, and there are going to be some mating nets. Maybe that is the reason. She played rook f2. Of course, it was very natural to win a pawn. Yeah, you are getting a pawn. Why would you want to give another pawn? No way. And now if rook takes f2, the problem is this knight should go to c4 and not allow the bishop to become powerful. It's important. Attack this d6. If d5, then okay, maybe e takes d5, knight takes c5, rook takes c5, and some simplifications have happened, and there is a good chance. I mean, this is something which definitely Vidit can hold. So will he play knight c4 after rook takes f2? No, he didn't take on f2. He played rook b7 directly. Oh, he attacks the a7 bishop. Oh my god. Okay, it's crazy. The a7 bishop is attacked. Looks like you cannot really go to b6. You don't want to go to b8. Looks like you want to, maybe not. some rook to come to f7. Yeah, that looks like a good idea. Though rook at f7 looks more natural, this rook going back is a good move. This is a good move. And if you want to play, if you play rook b1 here, then take, take, rook f7, because the problem is in this endgame black is already a pawn up. So black is okay to go in this endgame. And it's going to be very tough. Oh my god. So Vidit has to be careful. He has 13 minutes and he will have to save the game. Let's say. What about Leon? Oh, look, we have missed a very important game. Haik Martirosyan versus Leon. What an important game we have missed. But it looks like equal with against an IQP, which is ready in the future for d4. So white must be alert for that. And I think, okay, this is still complicated. But look at Leon's time. He has 5 minutes. He has only 5 minutes and he has to make 18 moves. Oh my god. In a way, in that sense, he has a slightly bad position, we can say. Gukesh's game, Arjun's game. Which one, guys? By the way, we have a result coming. SL Narayanan drew with Yu Yangi and Thai drew with Hans Niemann. Let's look at Gukesh's game. Queen d7, knight e3 has been found by Sheparinov. He played knight e3. This is the moment. He needs to take the pawn on f4. It is important to take this pawn on f4. Because if he doesn't take the pawn, then he doesn't have a move. Like right now, there is no real good move with black to improve his position. No move is going to improve his position. That's the reason maybe even queen d7 here, instead of queen d7, it was important to take the pawn on f4. Maybe that was the reason. Because if you play rook f2, then what is the move which Gukesh had? For ef4, if rook f4, what is the move which Gukesh had here? Exactly. Well done, Piali. That was very quick. Rook e2 jumps in on the 7th rank, and this looks extremely strong. You can double on e file, and the king is going to be weak. That is the reason ef4 was powerful at this point of time. After knight e3, again you must play ef4 here, no matter what. So that you are, but f5, क्या हो रहा है कि while playing ef4 just seems like f5, is it becoming too weak? But it's okay. There is knight e4, knight jumping in. There's a fork there. You force him to capture the knight. Oh my god. No. You force him to capture the knight and you take here. But again, the thought will come. Why not rook f5? Guys, why not rook f5? Big blunder. Why not rook f5? Correct. Removing the defender. Oops, removing the defender, you lose the rook. Rook e3 is winning. So you cannot play rook f5. If you play knight f5, you don't have, you cannot take here because queen defends. But then there is rook e2 again. And if queen moves, then maybe this is what the perpetual you have to give. If you don't give, you are a pawn down. And maybe Gukesh didn't want to draw. He's a fighter. So that was actually the reason why he declined. In a way, he could have, we can say he declined a draw offer and he has gone for this. Knight e3, he is thinking. Let's see. Gukesh could get in trouble as well. It's very hard to say at this point. What about Arjun? The queens got exchanged. Queen c4, rook c4, rook e3 has been played, rook c8, and now rook e4. Of course, you're going to play rook c3 here, and mostly Arjun should be able to hold this passer against this passer. The thing which in favor for white is this structure here, which can create mating nets for black. Reema Patil says, "Can I get a selfie with Guki?" Arey Reema, Guki had come to the Phoenix Club over here, and I'm sure you will be able to meet him at many more places in India. So just be alert. Guys, which game do you want to see now? Which game shall we see? Ah, you're in Pune, Wakad. तो पुणे से मुंबई कितना दूर है? आ जाना था. नेक्स्ट टाइम आ जाओ. अरविंद एसिपेंको, एंड्रे अरविंद क्रशिंग एसिपेंको. ओ अरविंद इज क्रशिंग एसिपेंको. एक बार देखना ही है वो फिर. Yeah, he had this knight on d5. Correct. It was too powerful. Yeah, rook f8. And now Arvind is thinking, but he can just play c4 and strengthen the knight there. It's a slow, like it's a permanent advantage, you can say, for white. So only thing he has to be careful is his king is exposed. So he doesn't give a counterplay in that sense to black. That's the only thing he has to be careful for. Let me see Pragg's game. If it's going on or is it over after rook a6. What did he play? He played c6. Ronak played c6. So can you take the pawn on c6 here? Oops, sorry. There's queen on e8. Okay, he played c6. He blocked the thing. I don't look at the engine all the time. There are sometimes I don't. So that's why you will know. When I don't, I make blunders. Okay, that's a self-roast. So c6 has been played, and right now Pragg is thinking. We were looking at queen e3, queen h5 ideas, right? But why is it okay over here? Somehow, for some reason, it is okay. Because there is no rook on d1. f5 is attacked. And you can win the... Maybe it's a time to win the pawn because everything is too weakened and all of it. But still, you would not want to simplify. ऐसा लगता है ना कि यार there is so much advantage, बस checkmate करना है. ये ट्रैप में कितने लोग फंसते हैं? बस चेकमेट करना है. इतना एडवांटेज है, बस चेकमेट करना है. फिर एंड में किधर तो ब्लंडर करके हार जाते हैं. Has happened with every chess player, I guess. Anyway, c6, he's thinking. Another good idea is to improve your position. Maybe g4, I like it. g4, you stop this. Oh, but he played queen e3. Wow, this was a good time. Pragg makes the best move, queen e3. Right now, not worried of queen h5. But I think Ronak will play queen h5. By the way, that game where we were looking at Leon, yeah, Leon had very less time, yeah. Leon has 6 minutes. But unclear position here. Setu Raman. Setu Raman won. Guys, Setu Raman beat Lucas Van Forest. This was the last position. Oh, he played e5. Remember, we were looking at this position. He actually played e5, d5, d6, rook b8 was played, and rook a7 was played. Now d7 is coming. Wow, and d8 is coming by force. So he resigned. So we have Setu Raman's result. He has won. Aryan Chopra is white. He's having slight advantage. The game is still in the middle game. Abhimanyu Puranik is also having advantage. If you remember, he was trying to put pressure here. So still in control over there. He has a good position. What about Murli Karthikeyan? Murli is in big trouble. Very big trouble. e5 has been played. Last move. Pieces are very non-active. All the pieces very, very passive. That itself shows that very hard to defend such a position. Adiban's pawn has reached h6. Lovely. So it's a permanent fear for black here with g7 point being so weak. And last move he played rook takes e3. His threat is queen f6, queen g. I should not have told you, but of course you would have found queen f6, queen g7 mate. नॉट यूट्यूबर सेज मेरे साथ तो बहुत बार हुआ है, उसके बाद मैं एक गिलास पानी पी लेता हूँ. पानी ही ना. नॉट यूट्यूबर. लॉर्ड सेठू क्रशिंग. अरे रीमा, डोंट गिव योर एड्रेस इन द चैट. Yeah, over here rook d3 and it's a strong threat happening. Black has to, what will black play here? Black can play rook c1. Because actually queen f6 is not a threat. What is the defense for queen f6 guys? Can you tell me in the chat? How should black defend? बहुत हो गए. What is the best move? What is the attacking move? Abhi all about defense. How should black defend? Nihal drew. Nihal drew very early. He was black. Okay, which is the theme? What is the name of the theme? Many people have found, but very interesting. A few. Oh, Guki drew, huh? That's a result coming in. Yes, Gukesh drew. That is, in fact, a very good result we have. You know why? Because, okay, here maybe, as we know, he avoided there. But after queen d7, knight e3, it seems Chaparino had offered a draw. And Gukesh accepted. I think it's a good result because position was complicated, but it was going towards slight initiative for white. Secondly, also, Gukesh is black. That makes it a good result. It's not always easy with black guys, really. So anyway, going back to that game which we were looking at, Gukesh has drawn his game. Which was the game? Adiban's. Yeah, Adiban's game. So here I had asked you bishop e3, rook e3. If rook c1, queen f6, and all of those who said queen d4, absolutely right. That is a skewer defense you have done. There is no mate anymore because queen takes g7 is happening. So like skewer attack, you defended it with skewer defense. But if from other people who had suggested king f8 as a big blunder, a very good suggestion, king f8 doesn't work. What is the best move? यहाँ पे तोड़ दो guys. Best move for white. Just तोड़ दो. जल्दी 20 लोग फटाफट. Absolutely. Bindast. Just be bindast. There are winning moves, but I am only asking for the best move because if I may tell you the difference of assessment, the second best move is +5, but the best move is +75. क्या ही difference? +75. अरे बाप रे. Rook e6 has been suggested by so many people. Normi, Chiku, Jatin, Shricharan, Saran, Siddharth, Shubh, Akbar. खुद को डांटो. रुक e6 कर क्या रहे हो? इसको पिन देखा क्या? There is a pin there. Queen takes e6 and all good. Resign, tata, bye bye. From +75 you have gone to 0. That was a cool blunder. मजा ही आ गया. But the right move was, by the way, queen h8 also has been suggested by people. But if you go queen h8, again a blunder because king goes to e7. You are attacking this queen and there is no checkmate. So black is fine because he's already a pawn up. No, he's not a pawn up, but he's just safe there. And then white is in danger over here. So the right move, all of you who suggested bishop g6, दिखा ही देती हूँ. अपूर्व कांबळे, सिद्धांत पाटणकर, मॉन्ड स्टॉप म्यूजिक, वी पैड, हर्षित जग्गी, विंग्स, चिकू, अरे चीकू तुम दोनों दोनों मुंह नहीं बता सकते हो. नरेंद्र, निखिलेश and SPT. Well done. Bishop G6. There comes such a strong blow. You cannot take with the pawn. There is a pin there. Check the kick. You're not getting anything. If you take with this pawn, there is H7 and you cannot stop the queen. So that is the reason King F8 was not working. Uh, of course, for Queen F6. But we are at this position right now. He played Queen D4 directly, and Adiban played Queen G5. Very interesting game. We will keep a watch on this game, of course. What about... Chalo, let's go back. Arjun also drew. Oh, Arjun also drew. Ban Chiku. Chiku का season है अभी. Can't ban Chiku. Okay, Arjun drew after Rook E4. Arjun was also black. So I would say this is also a good result. So for in this game actually Queen E3 has happened and Ronak is thinking. He's not yet played his move. I think Queen H5 might be his last attempt. Okay, so that is Ronak. Let's have a quick roundup. Sheparino versus Gukesh, they drew the game. Narayanan versus Yu Yangi, they drew the game. Praggnanandhaa versus Ronak, Praggnanandhaa is winning. White is winning here. Chidambaram versus Esipenko, Arvind is beating Esipenko. That's going to be a big result there. Nihal versus Mishidishvili, they drew the game. Vidit versus Ju Wenjun, they are playing. Vidit is in trouble. He has 10 minutes. He has to make 10 moves. So time wise he's okay. But position wise he's a pawn down. Here this double pawn precisely is what he's down. But because this bishop is passive, Vidit may still have any it's not lost. He's in trouble but he's not lost. And he knows if he's alert, he could get those chances. There are these knights, there are weaknesses in their position, and he could get his chances. So he will remain alert for that. Leon has only 3 minutes and he has to make 15 moves. I think this is the game definitely we are going to be watching. 15 moves in 3 minutes. बहुत ही ज़्यादा time pressure है. It's very hard to survive generally such a time pressure, and that too in such a dynamic position there. So I am not really sure. Also, Marti Rosian is a very strong player from Armenia. Okay, so this is a game we will have to come back again. Then going to Setu Raman, he beat Lucas Van Forest, who is Jordan Van Forest's brother. So that was an amazing result we had there. Aryan versus Luca, they are still playing, and Aryan is having a slight better, but mostly could end in a draw because there are very less pieces and pawns on the board. Abhimanyu is playing with Platon. He is also having some advantage there because of his space in the center, and he's pushing there. He has a lot of attack there, but it's important that at this point he completely doesn't care about the pawns, and he makes one interesting move there, which is not going to be easy, guys. What to play here, guys? White to play. It's a nice move. You will learn from this move. For such structures, such ideas could be possible. Can you guess what to play with white? Sushrut says, I thought there is no time added after move 40. Absolutely right, Sushrut. There is no time added, but it's only 30 seconds which they are getting. भाई रुके वन ब्लंडर कर दिया. अकबर, बिरबल को पूछना चाहिए था ना. इधर बिशप मर रहा है. D2. If you play h6, still bishop queen takes d2, hg7, king g7. What you have got? You've lost a pawn. So a good move which nobody has guessed yet, and I doubt if anybody will guess because it's really hard, is bishop g5. The whole idea is firstly a bishop was attacked, but if black takes this pawn, then you have rook, you exchange the rooks, let's say, and then you go h6. Oops, no, not h6. What is the move here? No. Okay, so maybe if bishop c8, then what I thought h6. Yeah, over here h6 is a strong move, and this is going to be in trouble if bishop h8. The whole idea would be to go rook b1 and basically go rook b8. So it's a deadly attack. But you have to give these two pawns, and it's not an immediate conversion of something, so you will have to assess that this is going to be clearly devastating for black, for your opponent. It was important, which I don't know how easy or tough it is. Will Abhimanyu find bishop g5? Will Abhimanyu find bishop g5? Gukki has drawn tag me. Kahan the? Where are you? We will go to other games as well, especially Leon, because he's going to be in time pressure and we have to see how he can manage that. But over here, I am not sure if he will find bishop g5. It's a good move. Anyway, let's come here again. But by the way, Aditya Mittal has drawn with Wakidav Jahangir. That is again a very good result there. Adiban we were looking at. That was an interesting game. Queen g5. Knight d6 has been played. So let's go to still no move from Ronak. Now let's go to Leon's game. I think there we really need to see how Leon is going to manage. Rook e8 has been played. 21 minutes to Martirosyan. So the point is he can think. You know, there used to be a strategy in the classical game. So when your opponent is in time pressure, how do you, if you are playing a classical game, I don't know how many of you actually play classical game, that is like 4-hour game, but for those who play, and if your opponent is in time pressure, what do you do generally? Like, do you keep playing very fast, or do you get more under pressure and play slow? What do you do? Or it doesn't really impact you? What do you do? Oh, Vidit's game, yes, please, we will go there, but let's wait here for 2 minutes and then we'll just shift. Yeah, slow. Play very fast, says Miyamoto. Chiku says slow. Vidit is completely losing. Flag him. You'll try to flag him, matlab you'll try to play fast. But that is the problem. Many times what happens is when you play very fast, your opponent is actually has got all his reserve focus also, because it's such less time and he needs to focus not 100% but 1000%. And what happens to you is your focus, your half the focus is on opponent's time. That's why you make more mistakes than your opponent who is in time pressure. But there is a strategy there. Sometimes what you need to do is you need to make two moves. We used to do this, 2 plus 1 2 plus 1. You like make two moves, they are fast because opponent is not expecting the second move, and then he thinks, so make two moves again, that kind of a thing. Yeah, basically, and that really works. That really puts the, because you are also taking time, you're neither playing fast, you're neither playing slow, but this strategy helps. Knight e5 has been played. Leon has 22 seconds. Guys, we need to stay here right now because Leon needs to make 13 moves in, like, it's like now 30 seconds per move. See, already you can start seeing the effect. He is under tremendous pressure. Queen d6 is not a good move. Why? Knight c6 is incoming. These two rooks have been waiting on the open file कि यार कुछ तो मिले ओपन फाइल में, इतना कंट्रोल करके बैठे हैं हम लोग, कुछ तो दो. This is what they are getting. Knight c6. Time to jump there. Will he go knight c6? Martirosyan. Yeah, he doesn't think. Look, he took time for knight e5. But he didn't take time for knight c6. That was quick. Big trouble for Leon. SPT, you don't make two moves, matlab तुम्हारे तो नहीं. You make a move, your opponent makes a move, then your second move, next move. Okay, bishop takes c6. Leon has exchanged this bishop, but now rook c6 attacks the queen. And where is this queen going to go? Again, Leon has to think here. Where will the queen go? No, he doesn't need to. He plays it fast. It means he had considered queen goes to d7. But this bishop has gone with this exchange. Guys, did you observe an important imbalance? d5. This d5 is no more protected by this bishop on b7. Correct? This knight was not contributing to the attack of d5. What does it mean? d5 has become weak. d5 has become weaker. It was already an IQP, matlab hai weak. Knight f5 तो नहीं आ रहा है. So queen d7 and Martirosyan, he is thinking, do you want to, I mean, this game we have to stay, yeah, because we have to see how fast is Martirosyan going to play, how fast is Leon going to be able to manage. We have to see, but maybe quick check on a few more options. Yes, queen h5 was played, and Pragg doesn't think at all. He goes knight takes c5, because now it is very clear that if you play bishop c5, queen c5, there is no perpetual, by the way. But if queen takes f5, the problem is you may or may not even care about this, and you may try to go for the king directly. So knight c5 has been played here. I wanted to check Vidit's game, by the way. Vidit is absolutely in trouble here. Oh my god. He's in complete danger. g3, knight takes d3, rook e3. Has he lost another pawn? Oh my god. Why did he go for g3 then here? So so after king e7, he played knight f3. Knight f4 was played, and he did not support it here. If he would have gone rook d1, still knight e2 and attacks c3, and you cannot defend with rook c1. So rook e3 was needed, or you go for counterplay, because he cannot capture here. Guys, if he captures knight d3, it's a blunder. What happens? White to play. Gukesh has drawn the game. All those who have joined newly, we have the chess results link. Do check it out there. Some games have been finished, but Gukesh has drawn the game. Yes, absolutely. Akshay Kumar, Naomi Fisher, Rima Patil, Piyali Ghosh, अकबर, केशव सिंघल. अकबर नोटेशन गलत है, पर प्लस साइन से भावना समझ आ गई. रुक b7 check and you win the bishop. Correct. So rook b1 would be a possibility, but of course black is going to save it, and then again this guy is in danger. So knight f3, knight f4, but rook e3 was also possible, but he played g3. That is a little bit of surprising there, because knight d3 attacks this and this. He went rook e3 now. Maybe he just missed it, yeah, because knight b2 and it's all over. Here knight b2, if you go a5, oops, sorry, my bad, this is hanging. If knight takes b2, oh wow, this wasn't easy, guys. This wasn't easy. Knight b2 में पूरा piece दे दिया. You've just given a piece, and now c4. कि ये c4 कहाँ से आ रहा है? It's so strong if you're alert at the right time. It's giving you everything. It's like it चप्पड़ फाड़ के दे रहा है. It's amazing. And then you win this knight, and then this pawn, this pawn. It's all gone. It's all gone. If knight b2 is played, it's all over. And if knight b2 is not played, then of course, even if you go knight c1, this is still, like, black is still better. So Vidit is in a big trouble. Okay, let's go to Leon. What has happened here? Queen d1 was played by Martirosyan, and Leon plays rook e d8. So he defends it further, because this queen is also eyeing here. And look at this move. Wow. Martirosyan just simply does nothing. just plays h4. Just tries to make the whole structure loose. ये diagonal दिख रहा है इधर? That was such a cool move, and it's so hard to. Yeah, he played h5. A committal move has been made now. Quite a committal move. Maybe time to bring your queen to f3. There is pressure here. Everywhere there is pressure. But yeah, it's going to be difficult, yeah, for Leon now. Can we go to some other games as well? Just have a look. Adiban's game was interesting, by the way. Aryan Chopra has drawn. By the way, did Abhimanyu find bishop g5? Oh, he's still thinking. He's down to 3 minutes. Wow, and how many moves he has to make? Even he has to make 30. But there is no increment. There are no 40 moves. So how does it matter? It's all the World Championship ka 40 moves coming again and again. See, he plays rook d1. He did not go for bishop g5. It was a very difficult move to make. Very difficult. So he is going to be in trouble because he just lost a pawn for nothing. I mean, he's losing b3 pawn. So he's going to be in big trouble as well. What about Adiban? Oh, Adiban has got advantage. It was equal from here. Knight d6. Queen g3 he played. Attacks the knight here. The knight went to c4. It's attacking the rook currently. Rook d3. And the queen has to decide where to go. This is always a problem. g7. Where black always has to think कि queen कहीं पे भी है वो flight लेके आ सकती है ना to defend g7. That is how the queen is. It's like it has to make sure that at any point if needed, in one move, it can come back to the defense of g7. So it will need to be on dark squares. Shubham Kabras is ChessBase India Club opening every day irrespective of summer camp. Yes, it's not club per se, it's more summer camp per se, but almost like that. You should visit for sure once. Maybe tomorrow try to visit. Okay, so rook d3 is played. I think a good news for us is Adiban is having an advantage. Christopher Yu is in trouble, and maybe this is the game which Adiban will take home. Harsha Bharatkoti has drawn his game with Ting Jingao. Oh, he goes queen b6. Now jump in again. Maybe queen g5 or queen g4. You would like to keep your queen on these squares so that they're always ready for queen f6. In fact, right now queen h4 or queen g5 is a strong threat because for queen f6, last time queen d4 was the defense. But what is the defense this time? Where should this queen be, guys, in the chat? So that the mate can be defended. Where should this queen be? Which square? Yes, yes, yes. Well done, guys. Queen d6 because you want to go queen f8 for queen f6 checkmate threat. You can go queen f8. That is why queen d6 becomes a forcing move if queen g5 has been played. Okay, so this is Adiban. He's also having a better position. Let's check. By the way, what is happening with Abhimanyu Mishra? Oh my god, he's in trouble. He is in trouble there. We need to check Leon's game once because I think that is where he had a lot of time pressure and whether he can manage or not is the question. So h4 h5 queen f3 was played. He played rook b5. d5 पे क्या ही जोर लगा के defend किया है. g3 white just simply improves the position. Queen goes to e7. Still nothing direct is happening where black is losing material or yeah, ऐसा कुछ भी. Nothing in that way. Also, if you look at this bishop, It's not letting this knight move very easily, yeah, because b2 pe he is keeping a watch and this guy is like ठीक है जिंदगी भर मैं उसको support करूंगा कोई stress नहीं. So rook c8, white decides to exchange a rook. When there is an IQP, what do? You try to exchange more pieces. So what happens eventually? It's gonna become weak. All these pieces which are defending it will not exist anymore. He goes queen f8, but then takes and takes, and time for the rook to go to another open file. And look at this weakness here. The base of the pawn chain. Did you see that? That's the base of the pawn chain. Adiban game. Why not NF5 after queen g3? You'll check it out. Peter says we can Mishra are equally strong. That's a good game. Yes, Peter, there's so many games we are trying to cover, and I think a lot of players haven't been so easy, but they are also finishing their game, so it's possible. Oh, by the way, this game is going towards the final end. Yeah, queen f5 happened, rook takes c6, h5, and knight e3, knight e6. Praggnanandhaa plays knight e6. The rook is attacked. The knight is now becoming super active. As we know, the 7th rank is really a complete mess for the king. He goes rook a8. But, guys, what a beautiful move white has. Can you suggest a move for white? It should be beautiful. बस मुझे और कुछ नहीं पता. Beautiful move. White to play. If Pragg plays this, it's like a nice finish. मजा आएगा. मतलब, you know, every time in a game, you want to play such moves. So once you get those in the game, you're always very happy. Beautiful move. Gukesh drew, Arjun drew. In the top, these are the results. Yes, absolutely. Let me just show you. Chat chess moves. Rohit, Keshav, Nishkit, Sushant, Dawn, Vitthal, Normi, Zwelop, Isha, Pranav. Look at this, guys. All of you, congratulations as well, because queen a7 was the move to guess. Queen a7 has been played, and I think maybe time for Ronak to resign. It's definitely not easy. I mean, when two Indians play, it's not like the best thing for us to watch, because we would really love them playing with other, but it's gonna happen. Yeah, you cannot avoid it. It's a part of sport. On the board, nobody is a friend. So yeah, if rook a7, just to tell a few people, rook c8, it's a checkmate. It will be a checkmate, back rank mate. So that's how it will end. So that's queen a7, deflecting the rook from the last rank. That's a queen sacrifice. And of course, he will not take it if he try. Look at this rook. Can't go here, can't go here, can't go here. Yeah, it can go here, trying to save this. But because queen a7 worked, the same theme works. You just take the bishop. There is again a pseudo support. You cannot really, take here because it's a checkmate. So you lose a piece. So queen a7, and we may not get an immediate update, but Ronak will resign, or he might make a last move. Queen takes c6 and check, and then maybe he'll resign. Okay, what about Arvind versus Esipenko? Arvind is in absolute control, even more advantage. That is a great news. Vidit versus Ju Wenjun, she has gone knight c1. She did not find knight b2 c4. It was not so easy. But still very much having clear advantage. Not going to be easy at all for Vidit to save that. Leon's game, he is down to 39 seconds. He has played bishop f6 here. He has played bishop f6, and this pawn is defended by these two guys there. And how is white going to improvise his position is a question. We did saw Rook1 as ideas, and I mean, of course, it's still an effort for Martirosyan. I mean, you can see Leon has 1 minute, but for Martirosyan to try to get something out of the position, he needs to think. Natural question also comes: why not Rook d1? So that you can keep the Rook on d2, defend his pawn, and then, in fact, move the knight. The knight could even go to f4. No, you may, if you want opposite colored bishop in that position, if it works, but otherwise you can at least move the knight some other place, maybe something like knight c1, knight e2 could be a possibility. But yeah, this seems like one interesting and easy way to continue for white. Let's try to check out Adiban's game, which was very interesting. By the way, Setu Raman has beaten Jordan Van Forest, and Abhimanyu is in trouble, but he has got this pass pawn. Yeah, so this is the only pawn up which Platon has. Who knows? Maybe Abhimanyu could try to defend this position as well. What about Murali Karthikeyan? Oh, he was in such a bad position, but he has somehow come back to at least a slight decent position. That is amazing. In fact, there's a very nice idea with him. I don't know whether he can find that. Very hard to say in 2 minutes to play a move like b4. But basically you are going to play c3, bishop b3, and get out your bishop, become active. And let's look at Adiban. Queen h4 was played, queen d6, and he goes rook c3. Rook c3. So Gukesh has drawn, Arjun has drawn, Nihal has drawn. They all were black, all three of them. Pragg is winning against Ronak. These are the top most board results there. Leon is right now playing with, Adiban is playing with Christopher Yu. Leon is in slightly bad position against Martirosyan. Setu Raman beat Lucas Van Forest, who is the brother of Jordan Van Forest. And e5. e5 is played. That is amazing counterplay Christopher Yu is trying to find with these central pawns. That's a good move. Maybe Adiban should start with his pawns as well. b5, if I race ही हो जाएगा. Let's have a race there. Yeah, and Vidit is in trouble. And where is Sagar? Let me just check with him once. Maybe somebody stole his mobile, or maybe he threw his mobile. Okay, but I'm sure he must be having a good time at the club. I mean, it's so interesting to meet so many people. Okay, he got back. Hello? Huh? Ah, okay. Got it, got it. Okay, bye. So he is on his way. He's on his way, but I think it's still like on his way, matlab is still around 10 minutes or something. If somebody can put in the chat the important results, then I can pin that. That would be cool because a lot of people are not knowing that, so it could be interesting. It will help them. And I also won't have to say the same thing again and again. Okay, let's get back. Bishop d e5 was played and Adiban played bishop d3. He did not start with this pawn race, which, I mean, it looks scary. The center looks scary, so he went bishop d3. Looks more safer. And will Christopher you make a move like f5? Oh, that looks crazy. If Christopher plays f5, I would say it looks so crazy for Adiban. He might land in trouble. He might land in trouble. So this is Adiban's game. We will keep a watch on this. Murli is... Oh my god, Murli finds the move b4. Wow, that is really amazing. It has a few ideas. It had a few ideas. No, first he played... He didn't play at that point of time. He first played rook g1. Okay, anyway, he played b4, which is still a good idea. He has a few ideas. One is this rook can shift, and the other is this pawn can move and the bishop can come to b3. So that is a great find, by the way, by Murli. And did Pragg finish the game? Yes. Pragg versus Ronak has finished. Result has happened, and Queen a7 को resign कर दिया था. So you can see the main mistakes. Knight d4 was the main weak move by Ronak, and later rook d7. Okay, going back to Arvind versus Esipenko. Arvind is now way more better. He has got this point, like, he's just amazingly better. f5 is in the air, and this is going to be over soon for Esipenko. So creditable to, beat a player like Esipenko with such smooth middle game. It's brilliant. Vidit is absolutely in trouble after bishop c7. He is a pawn down. This knight is on a2. It is attacking this guy here on c3, and it's very hard to defend. Yeah, rook b7, but the king is gonna go to d7, and black is still very safe. Yeah, nothing to worry for black there. Leon, who was playing a lot of moves under time pressure, oh, he had 4 seconds and he makes the move. Look at this. We should watch this game, guys, right now, because to make moves in 30 seconds and good moves is definitely not so easy. Definitely. So, if I go back here, where queen d7, queen f... Oh, they had some moves. He played bishop a4, by the way. And then bishop d7. Very interesting play by Martirosyan. Queen d7, queen f6. So bishops are out of the board, yeah? Bishops are out of the board. And no more opposite color bishop options. It's all knight. But queen b7 was played by Leon. And Martirosyan played queen f3. Computer hates that move. Computer says, Arey, now you had got everything in your control. Why not knight e5? Because b2 is not at all in any kind of danger anymore. And knight e5 threatens a big... there is a big threat with knight e5. Guys, can you find a threat? What is the threat? Let's have chat chess moves. What is white's threat? नोटेशन बराबर डालियो तो ही मूव आएगी. White's threat. Oh, styles. That is a very cool suggestion. A lot of you are saying rook c8. So for example, if I go rook a7, and to those who are saying rook c8, If I go rook, now that's not happening because this is protected. So that way it is a good. Yes, definitely. Rook c8 is definitely a threat. So let's say b3, rook c8, queen c8, and here you have a checkmate with the queen and the knight. That is a strong threat. Yes, I missed it because I was looking at rook a7 and rook a8. But after knight e5, if rook a7 is played, another strong threat would be knight g6, like some people have mentioned in the chat. Because if g6, then there is queen e6 check, and the king is absolutely in trouble. So anyway, he went back queen f3. That was actually quite a passive move, and Leon gets king g7. Important, controls this thing. King goes to h2, and now b3, and suddenly Leon seems to be in control. Wow, this is amazing. Knight f4. You don't want to take here for sure. Queen takes f4, and this is an isolated pawn here. Um, but is there a better move for knight f4 if you don't take? What is an idea? What is a better move? Maybe you don't take, but you go queen d7. Yeah, and let him take, and you can take with the queen. Just okay. This is a major piece endgame, and I think Leon will hold. He goes queen d7. This guy had 2 seconds right now and plays this best move. What a guy! Amazing, amazing. And Martirosyan, if you see, he had 25 minutes at that point of time. Now he's come down to 10 minutes. So it's not about your opponent is in time pressure and you just keep playing fast. It doesn't work that way. Lormi says Leon channeling his inner Nihal. Yeah. So queen d7 is played. And Haik Martirosyan is thinking, I think now Leon will hold this. Leon is out of the major trouble, so he's going to be holding this. Let's go to Adiban's game. I think that was very, very interesting. Oh, he played f5. Christopher, you played f5. What a guy. It was not easy to make this move. Queen g3, Adiban plays. Suddenly, Adiban is under attack. f4 is a little bit too early, but no, I mean, it looks completely fine. Yeah, why not? You can push the pawn. You feel like pushing the pawn. Why not? Queen g4. The knight goes back to b6. Now, knight b6 is not something the computer is happy about. Because he says ki this rook exchange favors white. Because of number of reasons. The light squares are becoming weak. This bishop b5, he says get the bishop out of these kind of tempos, and then you can aim for a4 a5 if this is not attacked. But here there are weaknesses which are created, so also black must take care that he won't allow something like this kind of a thing. The king will get into a mating net. So in general, very interesting position for white. I mean clear advantage for white, but practically it's hard to assess that you are better because of these scary people here. Yeah. So rook c7, and he's thinking 1 minute 26 minutes for Adiban. Oh wow, both of them are having 1 minute. We need to keep switching between these two games, Leon and Adiban. Any other games are going on, by the way? Oh, Murli also. Did Murli fight back? Yeah, I mean there is a lot of scope for him to hold this. So Murli is also not losing per se right now. Anything can happen. What about Abhimanyu? Oh, Abhimanyu is in trouble. He's 2 points down. Are no, he's exchange. He has exchange. So, but Platon has having a better position because exchange and 2 pawns are favorable. Okay, so this is going to be tough, but not impossible again for Abhimanyu to defend. I think he might be able to defend. Yeah. Finally, going to Leon's game. This is very interesting major piece endgame. Rook a4, and it should be equal. Whether he will be able to hold it or not, or maybe if they offer a draw, I don't know. Queen c7. If he goes queen c7, yes. Oh, but wait. If you go queen c7, if queen c7, rook c7, rook a2, isn't it dangerous here? Rook f7 check, king where? King g8, rook b7, rook b2. And this rook endgame is a draw because this king is also cut off. Yeah, you keep your king on g2 and white has a good shelter. So he doesn't have anything to worry on the king side. So this is a draw. Okay, what about what happened? What happened in Vidit's game? Is it over or what? Is Vidit's game over, guys, or is it still going on? Why am I not just finding the game at all? By the way, the position is this rook a4. The current position in this game is rook a4, and Leon has managed to keep this. No, his game is not over. Oh no, it's lost. Yeah, it's almost over. But really creditable of Ju Wenjun. Yeah, I mean, it's just yesterday beating Murli Karthikeyan and today almost beating Vidit is tremendous form by Ju Wenjun. I remember last year when she had played in CCT, she had performed amazingly. In fact, she had missed a lot of winning games or good games, or she had lost some games because of her internet, if I remember. So Vidit is completely losing here. I don't think anything is possible. This rook a4, queen e5, and Leon goes rook c4. That's a good move. You challenge this rook. Also, if the rook moves, rook c2 is incoming, keeping eye on both these things. So Leon is definitely not going to mess this up. Like the queen f3 move by Martirosyan just gave it all. It was quite a passive move. It did not work for him. So that's not happening. Abhimanyu is trying to defend, and but it's hard. It's very hard. If he manages to defend this, it's going to be amazing. Murli is also, oh, now it's converted into a rook endgame with equal pawns. So Murli is going to hold this, of course, with equal pawns. Of the king is activated, much more active than this, but the pawns are equal, and this is going to be a draw. So well fought back by Murli, all because of that b4 move. Very important move when the bishop was on d1. Um, Adiban versus Christopher Yu is right now the most interesting game which is happening. It has now equalized after 94. Rook e1 was played. Knight c3. Adiban did not go for bishop b5 ideas there. Now he goes b5. Starts with his pawn race also. e4, bishop f1, d4. Just look at these guys here. They look dangerous like hell. But b6. What a nice move there. You need to take. What else can you do? Imagine a move like rook b7. Guys, this is a blunder. Can you tell me why? Oops. b6. If rook b7 it's a blunder, can you tell me why? 100 reasons, but at least tell me one. एक तो बताओ, जल्दी से बताओ, अपने पास टाइम नहीं, उनके पास 1.5 मिनट है, तो अपने पास 10 सेकंड ही हो सकता है ना. यस एग्जैक्टली. महर्षि. क्वीन C8 चेक, इट्स ओवर. यहाँ पे क्वीन B7 आ रहा है, इतना टाइम नहीं ले सकते गाइस, कम ऑन. सो क्वीन B6 was played and then Adiban plays queen takes F4. at least one pawn out of these three are gone. थोड़ा तो बेटर लग रहा है. then he plays queen C5. Christopher Yu has gone queen C5. Look at this. This pawn is protected. This pawn is protected. Both the central pawns are well protected. But the king, so weak. We would love the rook. Oops. क्या दिया मैंने? What did I do? Okay. All good, all good. Yeah. We would love if our rook will come to E8 and then it's a mate. We would love. But her time, what we love, not often do we get. So, how can we try? We cannot go to D1, we cannot go to B1. ये इधर ओपन फाइल है ही नहीं, यहाँ पे आके ये तो इधर बैठा है, ओपन करेगा नहीं फाइल. So this rook can't really go to an open file so easily. No, it's not happening there. So queen C5. Black is planning D3 and rook F7 perhaps. That's what Peter Kavanagh says. Oh, that looks really cool because this and even further pressure on F2. Absolutely. But white can right now keep his queen on F6. Keep an eye over here. If you try to go rook F7 there is queen D8 check. If you go rook F8, there is queen D7 again attacking here. Maybe they will end in some kind of a draw in this way, repetition. Looks like a repetition draw. So currently, how many Indian games are going on? If I must see, not many, not at all many, just very few. Okay, so this is interesting. He plays queen F6. Yeah, I am thinking of a draw by rook F7, queen D8, queen D7. This is the repetition I'm thinking. क्या लग रहा है? What are you guys thinking? Because they both have 30 seconds also, right? Or will Christopher Yu think, oh, मेरे पास तो ये pawns है, I am going to be trying. Maybe Christopher Yu, if he thinks he is in a better position, then he will try to play on. Might go queen D5 here in that case. Yeah, he could go queen D5 here. Rook F7 has happened, queen D8. Yeah, I think the same variation which we just saw. Draw wala. It's happening. Rook goes to F8. Queen D7. There's a mate there. You could try to play queen E5 though. Will he try to continue with queen E5? But that looks scary because the bishop also jumps to C4. Now it's becoming scary for both the sides. Guys, do you think they will repeat? Do you think they will repeat now? Is this the time that they will repeat? Oh, bishop to D3. Oh, that was a good suggestion. Mithul. That was a cool suggestion. So when we were talking about wanting to get our rook to E8, here he suggested bishop to D3. Because if you take here, then it's over. This is our dream position. And then you are attacking this D3 pawn. Cool suggestion, but the only problem was this one move. Everything else was very much working for you. But rook F7 attacks the queen, and that was a major problem. Even if you go this, then there is this queen F8. If you go queen F8, king F8, and anyway in the end if you go bishop E4, guys, finally what is the move that black has, and because of which he wins material. Black to play and win. But that was a great suggestion, Mithul, for sure. Black to play and win. ट्रैवल विद निखिल रोशन. ऐसे ही सीख तो किसी को ज्ञान दिलाती है. प्रतिस्पर्धा ही साधारण को महान बनाती है. अरे क्या बात है. प्रतिस्पर्धा ही साधारण को महान बनाती है. That's a very thought-provoking one. Nikhil Roshan. Did anyone give an answer? By the way, Travel with Nikhil Roshan, thank you so much for following so regularly, and also always telling everybody to like the stream. Tana, hello from Italy. Oh, we love pizza. I and Sagar absolutely love pizza. So hello from Italy. Hello to Italy.
Hello.
Oh my God, Sagar, you're very late.
Sorry.
You cannot leave me alone. Okay.
Yes. Can I join in?
Yes, please.
Would you
But
like
by
to
the
take
way,
a break?
I won't go. I would like to sit beside you.
Okay, sure.
Hello, Sagar bhai.
Hello, guys. Welcome, everyone. We have many results, Amruta, I saw.
Yes,
but one
wait,
of the
let's
shocking
write.
results for me.
Yeah, was really losing.
He lost already, or is
he would have
he
lost.
was worse?
I think he lost, right?
Okay.
He lost. Yeah, he lost.
He lost. We can look at that game.
Queen e5. But he plays. Oh, Christopher Yu says no draw. He doesn't repeat. He doesn't go rook f8, rook f7. He goes queen e5.
But isn't this position looking very good for
very
black?
Very dangerous. No. It's so dangerous for both the sides.
Because there's a mate in one which has been protected.
Right. But now we were just looking, guys, at bishop c4 check. Correct? यहाँ पे कि ऐसे थोड़ा dangerous जो लग रहा है.
हाँ.
But king h8.
No, he played f3.
Yeah, f3 is also great move. Great move है IAD. Amazing. ADOP. But एक बार दिखाई दो ना. Bishop c4, king h8, and now bishop d3 here. But ठीक है, कुछ immediately नहीं हो रहा है. But black.
No, there is a very good move here. Queen f6. The idea is the bishop is the pawn is unpinned and f2 is hanging. So it's a dangerous.
Move,
and the thing is, now you have to find f3 there. Queen f6, f3. If you take the bishop, rook e7. No, rook e6. Rook e6. Because now g7 is gone.
अरे ये queen के पास चारा ही नहीं है.
हाँ.
Check.
King f2. No, king f1.
Because f2 queen h2, guys in the chat. If king h2, it's a blunder.
Why?
जल्दी बोलो.
What are the? अरे travel with Nikhil Roshan says India आज ChessBase India आपका ही t-shirt पहना है. अरे I also won.
क्या बात है. गाइस मैंने क्या बोला है, दोनों के पास 1 मिनट है. तुम 2 सेकंड में मूव बता दो अभी. क्वीन h4, किंग पॉन, अमेजिंग. सिद्धार्थ, नोमी, संजय आया था, हो गया. चलो, क्वीन h4 is a mate. That's why it was a blunder. Go back. Let's go to the main game.
Oh, chat chess moves working or not?
Yes, it's working.
Achha.
Beautifully.
I came and it stopped working.
Acha.
I
think it has a problem with you. Your questions.
So queen f6 played after f3 and Adiban has taken here. And I think he is okay with a draw, right?
Yeah, Adiban is okay with a draw.
Because now after check, king here, check, king here.
Hey, but what if queen... you don't have time for queen even. Sorry. If you go queen h3, then that would be a blunder.
No, but look, Amruta, it's amazing.
I don't know queen e1 now.
Now if you take here,
then
check
bishop c4.
Here, and now a very important move, check, king here, and
mate ho gaya na?
Mate. Wow. So Adiban can actually fight now. Can Adiban go on? But no, I think what Christopher can do is check, king h2, queen f4 check.
Yeah, but Christopher goes king h8.
Oh, Christopher is not interested in any.
Christopher is like, I want to play.
Do you know how he resigns, by the way?
I know, it is so funny, guys. You must check out the video. Every Christopher Yu game of World Rapid you see, kya hi maza aayega. It's so cute the way he resigns. It's so cute.
It's not cute, it's different.
But it's cute. But you should not tell the people.
Yeah.
But you want to tell, na?
He puts the...
No, don't. But it's... उसमें बोलने से कुछ...
But Adiban down to 7, 6, goes e5, pushes his pawn forward. And Amruta, look at this move now. Knight e2 check.
नहीं कौन
He didn't
ढूंढेगा?
find. He didn't find.
No,
The
you
idea
cannot.
was if you play rook e2, queen f1, and if you play bishop e2, then queen check, king h2 check, and win the rook with a check.
Wow!
But okay, he goes queen f2.
Lovely, lovely, lovely.
Gukesh drew, guys. Gukesh drew, Nihal drew, Pragg drew, and also no, Pragg is winning, right, against
Pragg
Raunak.
won, Baba.
Pragg won against Raunak.
Okay, now I think they're gonna do a draw because it's becoming a bit too much.
But maybe now there is no way that after queen h4 you can come queen h3. Because that's why Christopher had put his king on h8.
No, Baba,
So-
there is a pawn on e5, so you don't have the check.
Yes, but now there's no check here also.
Acha, that
both
way
ways,
also.
so-
Correct.
King h2.
What increment do we have again? It's 30 seconds per
30
move.
seconds per move without any time increment.
Correct.
And Travel with Nikhil Roshan says, hi chat, can we have 400 likes please? Guys, please do like the stream. Amruta is at it since 4:30 p.m. Amruta, proud of you.
But I did take 30 seconds increment in between to go and bring a juice.
That is nothing. That is nothing. It's amazing. By the way, today at the chess camp in Mumbai, at the big chess summer camp which we have at Phoenix Market City, we had the highest turnout. We had so many people. And guys, if you are in Mumbai, come there to learn, or if you know chess very well, then come to volunteer. We really need you. Today there were over 100 people. Oh, what is up with Christopher?
Wow! Now you cannot play bishop e2 because
No,
the
you
same
can.
idea.
You.
You cannot. My goodness, why did we miss this? So many more jokes. Oh, I really missed you, yaar.
Thank you, Amruta. Now rook e2 is forced because if king h1, queen h4 is mate, or you lose the rook. And if bishop e2, there is queen check.
And then
then
queen e1 check.
queen e1. So
what will Adiban do now? Rook e2 is forced, na?
rook e2 is forced.
But rook e2 queen f1
But
king
Adiban
h2
has
को तो draw ही है ना?
25, 24.
But Sagar, rook e2 queen f1 king h2 is a draw, na? Because you cannot really get rid of that
I don't know
king
if
g7
he has
idea.
any plans in mind. So let's say
No.
rook e2 takes, check, queen here, king g1, and now can we
No, king g1.
king
Otherwise
g1.
queen h6 gaya. Oh, but even now
Can
queen
we
h6,
take this and continue?
e6.
Maybe this, yeah, this, and then
Or
only
if-
white can play for
No,
black.
but e6 looks so dangerous for black.
e6.
Because e7 is just crushing it.
Yeah,
So you will have to give perpetual now. Forced. Otherwise you will lost. But I love the way they have stretched the draw
yes.
to this point when they could do it pehle.
Can VD come back, says Debanjan. I think Vidit can definitely come back. 7/9 is a winning score here, I feel, in this tournament. 6.5 also could be a winning score because it's such a strong event. But I feel that it may not be easy. But just, we all love Vidit and he's an amazing player. But the main thing is we have to give it up for Ju Wenjun. What
Yeah,
a
man.
player. She beat
Tremendous.
Karthikeyan Murli yesterday. Today Vidit. She's the current women's world champion and she's showing why she is such a fierce player.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 2 Indians already she's played. I don't know, tomorrow if any Indian, then she may be paired with only...
I think all Indians will be scared of her now. Is Adiban thinking of going king? No, he goes g3. Oh,
Oh,
80.
Maharshi Ray says she can become 2700.
I don't think she's still not. She's around what, 20, 25, 80 or something? Ju
I
Wenshun.
don't know.
Okay, king g2 now. I think Adiban now starts to play for a win.
That's cool.
What a game.
Crazy, maza aane wala. Even Leon's game is going on, just 1 second में we can check. अरे travel with Nikhil Roshan, thank you रे. पर 10 साल नहीं हुए अभी तक. 9 हुए.
Did Raunak beat Abhimanyu yesterday? He was worse, but he beat him. Amazing.
Can you quickly check Leon because he was in that major piece endgame. I just want to see if it is equal or not. यहाँ पे है.
Oh, Hike Martirosyan versus Leon.
No, this is a draw, guys. Now
Wait,
this
wait.
Leon will of course know that.
He can
Because
just
you can
take
take
this,
it.
no?
Yeah, just take
It's a
it.
draw.
Okay. No, Leon, who had to make around a lot of moves, maybe 20 moves or something like that, and he had only 1 minute.
My God. But
And then
Leon
he was
is
in trouble. But what amazing moves he made. Of course, he had got to a point of trouble, but at that point, Marti Rosian just completely made one passive move.
Abhimanyu Mishra in trouble here
Yeah,
against
he was in trouble
Velimir
since a while.
Ivic. Amruta, according to you, what was the game of today?
But we should right now finish AD's game and
Adiban.
be
Adiban.
there on that.
Okay, Adiban.
Game, there were many draws, Sagar.
Yes, but
I mean,
today,
I'll tell you
do you
what.
think Pragg versus Raunak was the game of the day, or
Not at all a game of the day as such, because I think Ronak made some errors, which were not what to say, not so difficult ones somehow. Those kind of errors.
and by the way, Pragg has won in style. That's what people say. Amruta.
Oh yeah, I will show you the last.
I'm not
I'll ask you the last move.
sure.
That was so cool.
Why Premium says, and what's wrong with G3 move, giving away free pawn with no compensation? Well, the main thing is that uh,
Hey, how is turning? Oh yeah, you should answer. But how is it turning better for black slowly?
no, because I mean, Adiban could have gone King G1 and drawn. Even then, he would have been forced to anyway lose the pawn here. So it was not like that he could have avoided it. But I think Amruta, the white king looks slightly more exposed than
Yeah.
the black king.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like एक दरवाजा कम है घर में.
Guys, do like the stream. We are closing in on some 400 likes. And also, all those who are here, new Manx from Oklahoma, Namaste, D3. Oh my god, Amruta.
Yeah,
Queen
that's what I'm
H4,
saying.
D3, and now AD must find
Only
the
move.
only move Rook G2, which he did. Because I think that was obvious, right? If you
Yeah,
had played
yeah.
here,
No,
then
it's
Rook
gone.
F2 is gone. So you need to keep the Rook on the
I mean, near the
second
king,
rank.
of course, not scattered.
You
in.
could go here.
No, but who wants to
but
keep
then
the rook
D2.
so far away? Oh,
But
but what
Amrita-
happens for rook g2 d2?
Rook G2, D2, and now again the only move. Let's ask our chat, what is the only move for white here if Christopher plays D2? What is the move that Adiban needs to find? The occult me. Hello, hello.
Yeah.
What is the move here? Lazarus
Queen
Kaushik
h6 and
says
e6.
Queen h6 is
I
not a
mean, the
good
most
move.
natural moves, yeah, guys. What you
King
suggested, I
Breaker,
really like.
Maharishi Ray, very good.
But why not queen h6? First question. First question.
I think Amruta, Queen h6, I can even
F-
move my rook to f5 with the idea of rook h5.
Nice. Okay, why not e6? Because d1 queen, guys. Just no time for anything else.
Queen e7 is the move. And that just works. Oh, he's gone d2. Now Adiban must find queen e7 and I can bet my home.
Yes.
I can bet my home on this. Not that I have a home, but...
But 30 seconds, na Sagar, Adiban has. Okay, now 20 seconds while I'm laughing.
Oh! Oh my goodness. Guys, come and take my home. Adiban has blundered unbelievably. Rook f5, rook f1, everything wins. Oh my goodness. What a big blunder.
But how tough, because it was only move he would have found. That's the only point.
Yeah, but I think Amrita Queen h6 was just feeling wrong. Like, because there was not just one move, there were like several moves that were winning. In fact, even Queen h1 takes and d1 is winning for black. Because after rook f1. So it's not even like... I mean, rook f5 was also winning. I don't know what he saw. Homeless gambit. Please come, guys. This is what happens when husbands gamble. Guys, I gamble things which I don't own. Da-da-da-da-da. But there's rook
That's a
f1.
little bit of a shocking moment, yeah, because of course what is
I
amazing
think he
about,
resigned because his time is
yeah,
0.
of course. No, how can you say this anyway?
Yeah, because this is, but it's such a big and the thing which people must know is that after
Yeah,
queen
you should
e7,
show
rook
it a little
f1,
bit.
then there is queen d8 check,
King g7,
and
queen
then there is
e7, and
now a
queen
very
h4.
important move here, Amruta.
You know, why not queen e7? Then
Because
there is
queen
rook
e7,
f7.
rook f7. So here, if rook f7, I will take the
Oh!
pawn.
Hey man, this is something you can miss, no, when you have 20 seconds and you're panicking.
Possible.
Because for queen e, you know what, naturally what you will look at when you look at queen e7 check, okay? I agree. Now you'll look at rook f1 also. Now you look at queen d8 also. King g7 also. And again you will look at queen e7 only here. First question is why not queen takes d2?
No, but
Ah,
it's
rook
mate.
h1 is a mate. So you don't have time. So यहाँ पे queen d7 is tough. Actually not queen e7, but queen d7
Possible.
is slightly tough for 20 seconds. Okay, but anyway, so that has happened. But hats off to Christopher and Adivan both, because they
Yeah,
just were not agreeing for a draw 100 times.
good fight.
What about Leon Sagar? Did
Drew.
he finish? He drew? Okay, so
Drew.
almost all the games are over then. Okay, what about Maksudlu? He's playing,
Maksudlu,
huh?
the top seed against Anton.
Oh, two pieces for a rook.
I think this should be a
Slow play.
draw, but White can try because he has two pieces for a rook, and these pawns are slightly weakened, but it's
Yeah.
very tough to win. I mean,
Yeah. What else?
can you show me the end of this game? I'll look
Yeah.
here.
दिखेगा ना if you look there.
कैसे?
Okay. अच्छा मतलब अभी देखो ही मत ना बोर्ड पे,
अरे
ठीक
ये
है?
इधर है बोर्ड.
अच्छा ऑलरेडी आ गया है, ठीक है ठीक है. So I'll ask you. Yeah. So यहाँ पे yes, white to play. All those who have missed it, white to play.
Got it.
Tell me.
Queen a7.
Yeah, that's the beautiful move. Okay, Sagar, if rook e8.
Queen e7.
Yes, it just doesn't matter. It's a pseudo defense, guys.
Nice.
Doesn't matter.
Nice.
Yeah, that was it in this game, basically. I think what happened in, so just to give a roundup,
Yeah.
in Gukesh's game, in Gukesh's game it was at a complicated point. They had
Gukesh played
Pelican.
yeah.
They had Pelican, and B4 was a novelty. It was a new move, but somehow it seemed both of them were prepared, and it was super complicated, like all these decisions of rook e8. I asked Srinath, was there in the chat, and I was like, Srinath, I just don't understand the move rook e8.
He's just delaying f5 because he's not happy with f4.
Yeah, he for f4 ef4 के लिए he is keeping his rook on e8. So here important was at some point to take on f4, but that was never an easy decision when to take on f4. So this happened, and then queen d7 के पहले maybe ef4 was important, but anyway.
Oh, he agreed to a
and
draw.
yeah, so this was a complicated one.
Gukesh agreeing to a draw is not very common in a
not very
complex
common,
position.
because he actually he would have got in trouble otherwise.
Yeah.
Or it was, yeah, this was, so I think it was a great decision by him. Then Pragg beat Ronak. It was
Arjun also made a solid.
Arjun's opening was really very interesting. The c5.
Ragozin.
No, it wasn't Ragozin. At least it was whatever it was. I don't know. Arjun. Wait a second. One more move I'll ask you. Black to 1 second. Black to play.
Here. Okay, because you're asking, it has to be something a little spectacular.
No, because or anything. Just we know our goal is find a best move.
I want to go g5 one move, but okay, it doesn't look great. Bishop, knight c5, knight e5, bishop b7.
Yeah, it wasn't easy. That's why Arjun didn't play it here.
How about knight c5? dc5, no? Yeah. Don't know.
Yeah, so what here important was for Arjun to play at this point bishop a5. The idea is that b pawn is ready to advance anytime, and you are alert for bishop b6 later because white is wanting to go e4 in the future. So
Hmm.
that was an idea. Arjun went knight f8. I mean, of course, e4 was possible. But he went knight f8. And later, what happened? Here, Mustafa played a very good move, a4. And now he doesn't have time for bishop a5 ideas with b4. So Mustafa really played well.
Mustafa,
Yeah. So we were
Mustafa.
thinking whether Mustafa will have to
I'm
worry or not. But
famous.
Mustafa didn't have to worry.
BA4.
Yeah, that's what happened in the game, Arjun's game. And this was the e4 was a great move again by Mustafa. f6, f5. And in fact, Arjun, yeah, यहाँ पे they agreed for a draw, which is also pretty good for Arjun. I mean, it would have ended in a draw. But Sagar, Arvind drew with Esipenko. What? He was winning. How did he draw? He made a blunder.
Okay, let's ask the chat. Why is rook e2 a blunder? Why black to play? It's not so simple to know, right? Why is it a blunder?
No,
Do you see it? Do
I saw the engine.
you see it? 'Cause it doesn't feel like a blunder actually.
Strategic blunder. Peter Kavana suggests Queen B1.
Is it correct?
But acha, you didn't know the
No,
answer.
I thought rook c2, but I don't know if what is the.
Yeah, Rook C2 is good. Queen G. I thought you knew the answer. Okay. Queen B1 is a mistake because there is Rook G5 check and you will get mated soon. Like in number of ways. So anyway, the good move is Rook C2, as many of you have found it. Rook C2 is an important move because black was losing and you have stopped the threat. So this is what happened in the game. He
But one
played
minute,
H4.
what did he miss? Because
Yeah, if he wouldn't play Rook E2,
rook c2. If you take here, queen c2. Now if queen f2, there is queen e4 check. I believe that's the problem.
no, many Queen F2 is also draw.
Acha.
So what he missed was Rook exchange. This Rook exchange in this way was not necessary. He could have, he should have delayed, he should have played Rook F5 here, stopping Rook C2. But he had much better position even before that. He had a crazy advantage. He was +4. And he was just crushing Esipenko. So this was a little bit of a
Yeah, that's
unbelievable result in a way.
not a happy thing for Arvind.
Yeah. Nihal drew almost in the opening, out of the opening. They had this Rilo
Almost
base.
nahi.
Almost
Totally.
actually in the opening. Yeah. But he saved a lot of energy there.
With black against a 2600 player, if you get this draw, I think Nihal is okay with it. But where did Vidit go wrong actually? Because it was a normal
Actually, Vidit, yeah, it was, I'll tell you where. यहाँ पे, I mean,
this
in
is
general,
common.
yeah, this is all okay. B5, 97. He took BA6 here. Even if you consider that is okay. C5 was not a good move. So here, yeah, this was the point. Here it was very important to play G3. But this shift suddenly for the mind to go for G3 was not easy.
Because G3 there is knight H3, right?
Knight H3. Oh, this
And then you have to find the move King G2, which is not easy.
Yeah, King G2 is not at all easy.
But I think it's a typical idea.
But what happens? You have given a pawn right now.
Yeah.
And if Rook F8, let's say black plays Rook F8. What if you go Knight H2? And is this knight trap? No, I can go Knight G5, right?
Yes, you can.
So why is white so much better here? Oh, Knight G4.
And now, no, not here.
No, not here. So right.
But
Why
something
not
like
so
queen
much
c1,
better?
attacking this. Because the bishop is bad, and if you can win back the pawn, then it's done.
Oh, so basically this was very hard to play. It was not easy. It was a
Yeah.
very
But
G3 was not
g3,
easy. But if he doesn't play G3, then he's already in trouble. Then Bishop E3 ही नहीं खेलना था फिर. Here it's all the more bad.
but it's okay, no? Like, still it looks
No,
fine.
Knight C4 was important here.
But okay, rook b2,
Yeah,
rook
big
f8. I don't
Yeah,
understand why.
G1 was very passive. He just lost a pawn.
He just got outplayed.
No, he lost a pawn. I think the opening didn't work for him. It was more like
But still, I mean, this should be defensible, no? This
no. I mean G3 was such a huge blunder. I don't know why.
why did he give?
I think he blanked out. That's what I feel. I mean, he won't play G3, no, otherwise.
Yeah.
He definitely blanked out. I think he was already upset at this position.
No, maybe he thought there is rook d1. Rook d1 was also playable, no? This was just, yeah, I think I agree with you that he just completely
No, he blanked out. It was just a plain blunder.
Or maybe he forgot that this actually he thought the knight is trapped, Amruta.
How?
Think about
If
it.
knight goes to c1, then it's a draw, he thought.
Yeah,
But
knight b2 is a
Knight
great
b2
move
was
actually.
such a great move, but it was so hard to go c4 now
I'm attacking this.
and winning f3 knight.
Okay, it was not easy. But she went knight c1, king. Now what happened? Yeah, now you can't go rook e1 because this is hanging.
Okay, so this is nothing. I mean, you just pawn down. It ended later. I think then Leon drew. I didn't see the opening actually for Leon and all. Only in the time pressure I checked. After that, Adiban's game, which we saw right now, was interesting. Abhimanyu, I'll ask you one question, Sagar. Very difficult one. Okay? Ready?
Yeah. Galperin is a talented youngster from Ukraine, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Platon Galperin.
Okay. So here, Queen A2 was played. Here, White to play. But I guess I'm saying it's a very difficult
move.
I mean, in general, very difficult calculation, I would say.
Okay.
To go for it.
Okay.
पर अगर तुमको GM बनना है तो देखते हैं.
My first intention was to move the bishop on d2, but then b3 is also hanging. There is also h6 somewhere in the air. There's also some bishop g6 ideas in the air. What else can I do? Like, can I go rook
Maybe
a1?
all those who are new to this could also try.
Bishop, rook e2, bishop rook c1.
Okay, so I'll give you a hint. Yes, this bishop is hanging, you're right. So,
yeah,
bishop.
Bishop.
Let me even tell you the move.
Yeah.
Bishop g5. But I mean, to look at this move, bishop g5, queen b3.
Rook b1.
Abhi kya hoega is a question.
Rook
if you go rook
b1 is there is queen c3.
Yeah, there is queen c3. You take, and then if you take this, this is gone. So that is how it defends. This. So यहाँ पे what Abhimanyu had to play was something like bishop c8. Now if you play rook c8.
Yeah. Rook b1.
Now rook b1 is...
Take and then there's check at the end.
Correct. If you go queen c3, take, rook b1, rook b7.
On d3. And check and bishop h6 mate.
Yeah, this is why it works. So this rook c8 is not possible. So he would have had to play bishop c8. And then you go h6. And then again if bishop h8, then there is rook b1, rook b8. So this is how he should have got the compensation, which I think was quite tough, but it would have been very interesting if this was found. But of course, practically very difficult. He played rook d1 and then later he lost the b3 pawn also. But he was able to. No, I think he got some chances, but too hard to defend this. ठीक है. Aditya drew with Vakidov Jahangir. That was a good result. And yeah, almost.
I don't think Jahangir Vakidov is playing.
Javokir is.
Sindarov या वो
No,
रहा है.
Vakidov is playing. No, Aditya Mittal played with Healthy. नीचे.
Jakongir, oh, he's playing. I thought Jakongir's rating is less than 2600, so I thought he might not be playing. Okay, Amrita, should we end the stream for today?
Yes, we should end the stream. And guys, thank you so much for being there. Almost full time.
Okay, guys. So Pragg is actually the one of the leaders in the tournament at 2 points, along with Chu Wenjun, who is on 2. Very few players on 2 actually. So it will be interesting to see tomorrow. Pragg versus Ju Wenjun would be nice. Pragg had beaten her when he was very young. So let's see how it goes. Okay. Thank you all. And please do join us. I'll try to join in sooner on the next days. But also, there is so much happening at the club at this camp, Amruta. There were more than 100
Can
people.
you tell
who
us
came.
more about it?
Yeah, more than 100 people came there, and there were all these youngsters. There were some 4-year-old kid came to learn chess, and then there were people from like different types of people just walking around, getting to know about this camp from some WhatsApp group, and they are coming in and they want to learn, and then staying there. There's this one, so many mothers wanting to learn chess.
Wow.
Because their kids already know chess and they want to be able to sort of converse with them better.
Wow.
So it's a very we have, I think, till now had in 3 days around 250 plus people.
But Sagar, this is the only, if you're talking today, tomorrow to is Saturday.
No, tomorrow is Friday.
तो फ्राइडे सैटरडे संडे तो
I think
सैटरडे
Saturday Sunday will be quite a lot, so that's why we are requesting all those who are in Mumbai can come for volunteering if you are good players. It would be great to have you, and thank you so much Anish Nayak, who says it's a great initiative, so thank you. We are still looking at thumbnail designers. We got a lot of people who sent us some thumbnail designs, but we did not like them as much as we would have wanted.
No, it's not liking them. It's the work which needs to be liked.
No, I mean the work they sent, I'm saying. I'm not saying that those people we didn't like. The work that was sent, I thought could be more refined, and so we are still looking out for them. But all those who sent the work, I thank you very much for doing it, and hopefully we can work. I'm sure there will be more opportunities that will come up. Arvind lost. No, Drew. Okay, take care, guys. Bye bye.